potrzebuję... Czy ty masz wydrukowany gdzieś program?
Halo, halo, dzień dobry wszystkim Państwu. Czy grupę techniczną mogę prosić o odgłos żurawia, a nawet wielu żurawi? Odgłos paszczą. Bardzo dobra uwaga, oczywiście.
Halo, halo, drodzy Państwo, dzień dobry. Żurawie już dawno poranne nas przywołują na sesję. Rozmowy kuluarowe jeszcze trwają. Po 3 dniach konferencji tyle było ciekawych tematów, że trudno oderwać się od rozmów w małych grupach i od pogłębiania. To tak jak wczoraj w wykładzie pana profesora Popka słyszeliśmy, widzieliśmy, mamy te pogłębione dyskusje i te takie bardziej po wierzchu łączące. To wszystko bardzo wciąga. Widzę, że mamy jeszcze wiele osób w tym procesie. Ja wyjdę na chwilę, to informacja dla osób, które nas obserwują online. Wyjdę na chwilę i postaram się odgłosem żurawia własnym zaprosić resztę osób na salę. Zrobiłam, co mogłam, ale myślę, że z szacunkiem do naszego czasu i programu zaczynamy. Po prostu pozostałe osoby będą stopniowo dochodzić do naszej sesji. Drodzy Państwo, jest mi niezwykle miło, że to mnie przypadło poprowadzenie tego ostatniego dnia konferencji. Czuję się trochę tak, jakbyśmy zbierali te wszystkie małe rzeczki. Tak widzę ten proces w ogóle. Widzę ten proces tak, że przyjechaliśmy tutaj z takim dużym potencjałem wodnym i te maleńkie strumienie pojawiły się w całej naszej wielkiej zlewni. wybiły i zaczęły płynąć. To są strumienie bardzo wielu głosów, bardzo wielu doświadczeń, bardzo wielu ekspertów i gdzieś płyniemy w kierunku jakichś wspólnych rzek kolejnego rzędu, żeby się połączyć i jakąś masą krytyczną, instytucjonalną, ludzką, powodowaną potrzebą zarządzania tymi zasobami wodnymi w sposób taki właśnie połączony, pojednany i zorganizowany, prowadzeni tą potrzebą. Płyniemy do ostatniej sesji dzisiaj, a sesja niezwykle ważna. Sesja właśnie pod tym kątem, myślenie procesem i zlewnią. Będziemy mieć 4 prezentacje, które myślę, że w świetny sposób połączą to, co w zlewni bardzo, bardzo ważne. Będziemy mówić o lasach państwowych, które wiadomo, to 30% naszego kraju, tak? Pani dyrektor? Pani potwierdzi jeszcze to potem. Mamy rolnictwo. Tutaj podwajamy stawkę, to właściwie 60%, czyli z prostej matematyki wyszłoby, że pokrywamy prawie już cały kraj, ale tu wchodzą miasta. Może mają trochę mniejszą powierzchnię, ale za to ilu mieszka tam ludzi? Tych, którzy chcą rzek, tych, którzy podejmują decyzje osobiste, instytucjonalne w zlewni i którzy są bardzo mocno od tej wody zależni. I na końcu planowanie przestrzenne jako współpraca ponad granicami. Więc układa nam się to w naprawdę ładny proces, ale zaczynamy. Mam nadzieję, że już większość osób mamy na sali. Mała retencja w lasach państwowych elementem gospodarki wodnej kraju. Regionalna Dyrekcja Lasów Państwowych w Białymstoku, pani Katarzyna Górowska. Kasiu?
Dzień dobry, to ogromny zaszczyt być dzisiaj z Państwem na konferencji. Bardzo dziękuję Ilona za zaproszenie i za możliwość wystąpienia. Fajnie, że się gdzieś spotkałyśmy tutaj w okolicy rzeki Narewka i taki pomysł powstał. Serdecznie dziękuję, tym bardziej, że tak jak zostało to podkreślone, zarządzamy 1/4 powierzchni kraju i możemy się od Państwa wielu rzeczy uczyć z tego względu, że dzisiejsza sytuacja klimatyczna, globalne ocieplenie i susza hydrologiczna, która jest nie bez znaczenia dla kwestii sytuacji, w której dzisiaj znajdują się lasy, a jest ona niepokojąca, bo może to nie wybrzmiało, ale dzisiaj mamy do czynienia z wielkopowierzchniowym zamieraniem lasu, z wycofywaniem się wielu gatunków i z gatunkami, ze szkodnikami owadzimi, grzybowymi, które, proszę Państwa, nie miały jak dotąd takiego gospodarczego znaczenia. Mówię gospodarczego, w sensie nie powodowały tak ogromnych szkód. My sobie z tym dzisiaj musimy jakoś poradzić i możemy to robić dzięki podniesieniu poziomu wód gruntowych, z tego względu, że to bezpośrednio ma wpływ na podniesienie kondycji ekosystemów leśnych. I taka układanka jest w dużej mierze zależna również od Państwa. Dzisiaj chciałabym przedstawić Państwu nasze zaangażowanie, nasze dotychczasowe doświadczenia. Ja zajmuję się od 25 lat pracując w lasach, między innymi przedsięwzięciami, które mają związek z adaptacją do zmian klimatu, ale w kontekście ochrony gatunkowej, ochrony siedlisk cennych, przyrodniczych i również ochrony przeciwpożarowej, ale z bardzo dużym naciskiem na kwestię poprawy warunków hydrologicznych w lasach. Ja myślę, że to, że właśnie po pierwsze ten obszar, po drugie te wyzwania, a po trzecie ta sieć zależności, o której tutaj wspomniała pani Iwona, stawia nas na stanowisku instytucji, która wpisuje się jako element gospodarki wodnej kraju. To pewnie dzisiaj wybrzmi. Takie słowo na temat globalnego ocieplenia. Trochę powertowałam 6 takich modeli systemu klimatycznego. Pokazuje bardzo niepokojące trendy. Wiecie Państwo, że wzrost liczby ludności na przestrzeni ostatnich 100 lat, rewolucja przemysłowa, wzrost gazów cieplarnianych bezpośrednio przełożyły się na temperatury, jakie dzisiaj osiągają strasznie wysokie pułapy i ten trend jest niepokojący, bo dzisiaj Światowa Organizacja Meteorologiczna mówi o tym, że ten rekord z 2024 roku zostanie pobity do 2029. No i musimy być na to przygotowani. Czy my jesteśmy w stanie to zrobić? Nie wiem, ale ja się cieszę, że tyle organizacji się dzisiaj z nami spotkało, żebyśmy mogli wspólnie właśnie pracować nad takimi strategiami. To jest jeszcze też niepokojące, bo ten Copernicus Climate Center pokazuje też, że niestety, ale te zjawiska niepokojące, atmosferyczne, takie bardzo gwałtowne, one będą się piętrzyły właśnie w następstwie wzrostu tych temperatur. I był też taki niepokojący wynik, że do lutego 2029 roku jednak przekroczymy te 1,5 stopnia wzrostu temperatury. I zobaczcie Państwo, co jest jeszcze taką, myślę, że dobitnym argumentem, że jednak dość szybko wpłynęliśmy na to, co się dzieje na przestrzeni ostatnich 100 lat, to jest fakt, że na przestrzeni 9000 lat temperatura wzrastała o 0,5 stopnia, a tylko w przeciągu 100 lat przekroczyła 1,5 stopnia, ponad tam stopień, powiedzmy, tak? Natomiast trzeba to mieć na względzie i na pewno nie bez znaczenia było to, o czym wczoraj mówiliśmy, czyli działania podejmowane po II wojnie światowej. One były wtedy bardzo ważne i to był kierunek rozwoju gospodarczego naszego kraju. To właśnie dzięki temu my dzisiaj możemy mówić o powierzchni zalesień, o lesistości naszego kraju na pułapie ponad 30%. Bez tego na pewno nie byłoby takiego wyniku, a to jest przecież pochłanianie dwutlenku węgla. To jest element, który jest istotnie ważny, natomiast musicie też Państwo wiedzieć, że w tym obszarze, którym zarządzamy, mamy do czynienia z 40% powierzchni leśnej zalesionych gruntów rolnych, bardzo słabych gruntów. Dzisiaj w tej sytuacji klimatycznej jest to również wyzwanie. To był fajny kierunek, ale jeszcze jedno jest ważne, co powinniśmy podkreślić, że nikt chyba nie za bardzo zadbał na przestrzeni 30 lat kolejnych o regulację tych systemów wodnych. To na tamten czas fajnie, natomiast dzisiaj w 90 latach i teraz obserwujemy drastyczne obniżenie poziomu wód gruntowych i degradację siedlisk hydrogenicznych, cennych siedlisk.
And degradation of peatlands and deterioration in the condition of forest habitats. The proof of that is the slide by Professor Kotowski, with whom we cooperate. We analyze peatland. 80% of peatland have deteriorated as a result of these processes, and we are also wondering today what to do about it. You know that these habitats are very valuable because of accumulation of organic matter in which there is 30% of carbon. Of course, if they are in an optimum state, this is why we are saying that peatlands keep carbon away from the atmosphere, and we are wondering. And I know that scientists are also helping us, that taking into consideration the restoration of such habitats, we should think only about peatlands that are not deteriorated so far, because there is methane emission to the atmosphere because of peatlands, and then we'll have the effect which is opposite of what we want. This is a great challenge, but this was happening on a scale of entire Europe. And additionally, EU requirements. For sure you know that the European Union has the role of the world leader in fighting climate change. And there is a big number of documents resulting from the European Green Deal strategy dedicated for institutions. We are supposed to, until 2055, achieve climate neutrality and increase biodiversity. There are a lot of contradictions. These are these three documents which directly are dedicated to forests, especially biodiversity strategy for 2030, Fit for 55. There are guidelines that directly translate to specific decisions in managing forest resources, but very often they are contradictory in the time of drastic changes that we are dealing with nowadays. And I don't know how much it is verified, but this is for sure alarming. These EU provisions have translated directly to our Polish law, and in the Polish Plan for Energy and Climate, where we have state forests that manage over 400 forest districts to prepare programs, water resource management plans for forest districts up to 2036. We are specialists, we are not hydrologists, and we are happy you are with us, and we will need support here. The first idea, insofar as those programs here in the forest, The first idea resulted from the improvement of hydrologic regime, which resulted from the recommendation of UNESCO, because this is a UNESCO site, and we are obliged then as a cross-border facility to take care of these issues. So we've decided that we really need to prepare for that. So as I've mentioned earlier, this direction of preparing this document and additional research studies have shown that alarming situation forces us to prepare ourselves to that professionally and undertake activities as quickly as possible that were not possible at that time, because the document on the ministry level was not prepared fully in order to be able to do something in the forest, and the measures that were undertaken were not without significance. Here you can see the level of transformation hydrography also in Belarus, but what happened during those years and happened up until 2020. Therefore, I think that hydrologists should talk about it. If these measures at one moment taken throughout those years in catchments combined with Polish waters, did they impacted Puszcza Białowieża, the forest in Białowieża. This was prepared not only for the area managed by State Forest, but also we had the co-author, Professor Mateusz Grygoruk. He made it for the park. This is a specialist document that includes information on water resources and hydrological infrastructure, but it would be great when combining different disciplines. It shows how urgent it is, but also threats, risks in the context of hydrological situation and specific activities in so far as location of their implementation. So there is a clear result as a result of analysis of various expert reports. We really wanted to take care for the hydrological regime in valuable habitats, hydrogenic habitats, and there was an idea to create special facilities, and we wanted to have a scale effect. 45% of catchment areas of Narewka, for instance, for which the whole report was prepared, will be taking care of such activities, meaning to build small-scale weirs, which is supposed to improve the hydrological regime and to have the continuity of those water courses. These are periodic water courses, which before vegetation period, this is when we want to collect this water. And this is a great example, which I'm going to show to you in a moment. Additionally to that, there is we are getting rid of the ditches, drainage ditches. There are like 300 kilometers in the entire forest. Well, we need to maintain the network of roads, so culverts are very important, and we have 79 small-scale weirs and larger weirs, and we know what to do with them further on. And the forest rangers see how important it is. So from the red color, from the soles to the mouth, and they know they need to look at the gradient. So there needs to be a device mounted from the material, from natural material that are in the area of the watercourse. And this is what we want to obtain. Look. The continuity of the watercourse, the retention maintained, also from the landscape point of view. And we start with the source using only natural material. We are not damaging the environment much because there are no big floodplains. This is the effect we want to achieve if we're talking about 45% of the catchment area. Each centimeter is very important. And insofar as programs, this is where we are. This is the regional directorate of State Forest in Białystok. We have 17 directorates. No other is doing these plans so far. This EU requirement and national requirement exists. We have experience, and for sure there will be space for cooperation in this area. So right now in Knyszyn forest in Maskulińskie and Giżycko. We are preparing such plans, and what is important, we are within the catchment area. This is where we move, so this is extremely important. So in one word, we are planning within the reach of catchment as far as the forest district can go. And of course, we want to inform about it. We had a short conversation about it, that we wanted to train farmers. There is an idea for that. Our workshop is also for the students, and we meet with our employees in order to be able to pass as much information as possible. We do it with scientists, scholars, schools, universities. We have the experience insofar as retention projects, small scale retention projects also in the mountains, and we are learning. We started with retention reservoirs notion, understanding that the scale of those reservoirs doesn't mean there is the retention of water in the landscape. Rather, of course, being aware that we will make those reservoirs for fire protection and flood protection in the south of the country. I'm not going to boast about this, but since we are boasting, I was the main coordinator of this project in 2010-2015, and I had the honor to work with wonderful people, including people from OTOP who has done this investment. This was pure pleasure. And well, today the municipality can invite you for kayaking trips. We built a complex of ponds and small ponds. We don't have much time, but look, taking into consideration the retention in the ground, thanks to Mateusz Gregoruk, probably we are talking about 160 million cubic meters. So this is a billion cubic meter with the water storage capacity of forest that we manage 11.5 billion cubic meters. So this is not 100% sure. Such forest districts are involved. We have over 400, and in this perspective, we do a lot of those projects which are divided into two parts. Small scale retention in the lowlands, and these are forests and very important habitats dependent on water. Within this project, we have also other programs. This is the scale. We have engaged ourselves and we received additional funds because we are a directorate which is supposed to help with creating the hydrological situation as it is. So knowing that the effect will be on a level of many years, we need to make this shield ease buffer zone to deter the attacks. So we need to do it insofar as the forest. This is the nomination right now in regional directorate, stressing that we'll have money for the plans of managing water resources. This is very complicated interdisciplinary document which is well developed, but it has to be prepared professionally because the scale of the problem is huge in order to take care of it. These are experiences from small scale retention in the lowlands in different places, and there are various forest districts that participate in it. In Płaska, this is really beautiful landscapes intertwined with networks of beautiful natural sources, and we build deflectors in order to slow down the water course, and such elements are also necessary to reinforce the banks. And it's great that these two projects, which are being done on a big scale by Białowieża and Hajnówka, this is additionally supplemented by the project, which is very important and has other functions. Thank you, Monica, once again. This is another dimension, and I would like to thank Madam Director, because we can develop together a lot of effects, additional effects of these goals and functions that we are involved in. So outside of economic matters, there are social and environmental aspects. It's extremely important. Let's do it locally. If we cannot impact whatever is happening globally, let's act locally. And in such a group of very friendly people, open for cooperation, what's important, very aware people. And as a summary, I would like to stress that I believe that in the forest, a fundamental aspect in retention is to increase soil water retention with the liquidation of the old draining ditches and taking care of the habitats, being aware of the fact that these activities have a great impact on the neighboring habitats, because we often forget about it. And a very important issue, water doesn't know borders, so we need to remember that what systems, what plans, what strategies will be adopted in the farming areas, they are not without a significance for the situation in the forest, because we can do everything in the forest and there will be a runoff from farming lands, which in a big part will minimize this effect. And well, this interdisciplinarity of these programs for sure requires a foundation of knowledge and contractors, so we need to have a very broad cooperation. Thank you very much.
Drodzy Państwo,
So we are in a catchment area. No, sorry, in fact, we are in a session. We are going to take a catchment-based approach, and the first presentation has pinpointed what's been happening at state forests for several years, which are ramping up restoration, water restoration in the landscape, and I find it incredibly important. It's been made possible thanks to project coordinators like Katarzyna Górowska and the regional directorate of state forests in Białystok is also retaining tanks, like you've seen in the slide. So we are ramping out anthropopression to venture into farming land. So the second presentation is Water for Farming, Proactive Approaches, Professor Jerzy Kozyra of the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation, the State Institute for Research. So thank you very much. I've seen Ivona, with whom we've been working for 2 years so far. I've seen her live for the first time today, and I think I've seen her live for the second or third time. And she said, Jurek, it's great to have you here. I was worried that you won't make it. This event is very enjoyable. Yesterday's afternoon session, I found it very inspiring, and I was very inspired right from the start. If state forests are managing 1/4 of water, the rest is managed by farmers and municipalities. So how many municipalities we have and how many farmers we have? That's the heart of the problem. And I hope to be able to present it in my presentation. I'm a climatologist and I'm shaping the CAP, sitting on different advisory board to the ministry. I'm responsible for not delivering the Green Deal because I've heard that Green Deal is a very good concept, but it's not been ultimately delivered. And as a climatologist, I would like to say that we have a moist climate in Poland. If you go and visit Stężyca, Europe's largest orchid producer, you can see the climate being very humid. And this is what the future agriculture will look like, because agricultural production won't be possible out in the fields if temperature increases by 3 centigrade. So I've asked the owner, who is currently in the process of succession, I've asked him, what about water? Are you struggling with water? He said, no, we are reclaiming water from watering. We are reusing fertilizer again. What about energy? We have solar panels, he says. alternating crops, because every year we have a different crop, but this is also more expensive because you need different equipment, you have different spending, so you are investing multiple times during a year. So there are many orchards undercover. Why? Because there is hail which is destroying your crops, and people want to buy large, pretty apples. And you can see you can see rapeseed on the side. Why rapeseed? Right now, instead of 300 million, we have 800 million hectares of rapeseed. 1/3 of surface is used for cars. This is the additive to fuel, to biofuel, which is a part of the climate policy. And the fact that we are farming rapeseed oil in the fields, we are reducing emissions from vehicles by 50%. So this is the logics of using public transport. To see a problem in consumption and translate it into climate policy, something we don't see. We can see old houses, we can see idyllic farming scenes, but in order to produce such strawberries, I'm showing you examples from my county, from Puławy County, but similar scene are seen everywhere. A young, smart farmer has an ice cream parlor in Puławy where he's selling his strawberries to make money, because in a long supply chain the farmer gets peanuts for his production, and this production would not be possible without linear watering, without very specialist equipment, and most strawberry farms are grown undercover because you can't do it any other way, and it's a matter of climate. So these are just selected examples I found in my phone, things that I've seen in recent months. But let's discuss challenges. What is a challenge for the farmer is 4.0 or 5.0 agriculture. You have at least 3 tablets in the cabin of the tractor, 1 tablet to control the vehicle, 1 to control the fertilizing, and 1 to control the watering. So this is a robot with 200 of horsepower that has been designed in such a way that you can connect it to a small tractor. So what's the problem? This company went bankrupt this year, and robots are staying with us. So it's very difficult to use it without maintenance in real life. And if the drought from 2005, and you can see it on the picture next to challenges, if it comes back again and there will be no water, I will revisit this photograph again in a minute, but the drought of 2025 was weird because we have reached record-breaking crops in Poland, and we keep on discussing hydrology, saying that the Vistula River dried up and we have the highest corn crops of corn, for example. I've mentioned Mediterranean climate in Poland. We've had precipitation, farmers were watering crops. So where is water? This is Mr. Niedźwiecki, PhD, who researches soil to know more about it. We know a lot about this top substrate of soil, but very little about its moisture. Okay, so this is the Experimental Institute in Puławy. This is the waterway in 2025 and in spring this year. Can farmers benefit from it? No, because it does not belong to the farmer, it belongs to Polish Waters. We thought it's a dike. No, but this is the St. Lawrence stream, which belongs to Polish Waters. We've checked it on analog maps in Zamość, which are hardly accessible, by the way. We, as an agricultural institute, we specialize in mapping. And we have old drainage devices, and for example, you can put a plank to build a watershed, but no one would dare to do that because there is a whole drainage system added to it. So you need to think what effect would it have on the drainage system. So I would like to invite someone from Polish Waters. So let's try to stop this water. There are drainage facilities in the stream. We've had water in the stream in the springtime. But there is no connection. So it's a very difficult relationship, like with your computer. Okay, so when agricultural drought should be announced, for example, when we've announced drought online, we've met with hate. And I like to monitor hydrological drought. Okay, so if we announce drought, what do we do later, hydrologists? It's easy for them. They look at the gorge. The water level is too low. You make an announcement. And farmers, how do they control drought? With harvesters. So this is a little harvester. Normal harvesters are usually much bigger. And this is the director of our research department in Ośiny. I would like you to meet Ilona to talk, and results of your discussion would lead to some beneficial results. We are using radar data from the Institute. We are using satellite imaging. We are using models. We are using data from sensors. So it's not very easy to determine whether or not we have agricultural drought. But we also need to know more about soil, and we are testing different gorging equipment. I've dealt with irrigation. On the left, you have soil moisture sensor to measure direct evaporation of crops. It also measures nitrogen contents in soil, so it's information for the farmer how to fertilize crops. But water is seeping deep underground, and we usually catch it, and it does not penetrate bottom sections of the soil, what leads to drought. So right now we have potentiometers which measure the suction pressure, and we have profile sensors, and it's fascinating work out in the field. We have systems that very quickly integrate gorging data with information from the field, and this is an example of equipment we have. So these are companies that also provide equipment for weather stations, and they are now specializing in production of agricultural meters. And this is a slide I borrowed from day one of the conference. The soil is like peat. If you don't test it, you don't know what you are dealing with and what the water is. So this year, we have revisited a basic exercise. We took frames. We have delimited samples, and we are looking at vegetation, because in order to identify what's happening, you need to take samples. This is what we've done yesterday out in the field. So the physics of soil, such tests are not popular. We were interested in the chemical composition. Right now, we should be focused on something else. And to take the correct sample, I know it's not easy, and soil experts know it, but the most important thing in soil is its structure, which we can ruin if we use a large tractor without the right wheels, if it's very humid. And we are talking about healthy soil more and more. There are tons of worms if we use agricultural equipment correctly. And what is our idea of restoration at our experimental plant in Ośliny? When crops became unprofitable, we revisited animals who are grazing grass, who are fertilizing the soil. We have green areas, we have Angus breed cows, and we also have Highlanders, which are in the forest. We have alternative crops we would like to promote in Poland. And to make a profit on cows, you need to have your own store. Because again, if you become a part of the traditional distribution system, you are not going to make any money on your production. And if you have an in-house store, no one believed our director when he said, I'm going to make it because it's a small town, everyone is fleeing to Warsaw, and please believe me, it's very difficult to drive into the farm to buy meat. And we have a whole list of customers waiting for the best parts and best chunks. And another example from Kujawsko-Pomorskie in Poland. They have built 11 watersheds, and my colleague, another activist, said, okay, 11 watersheds, it's nothing. We need several thousand watersheds. But at least they have been put in place. There is a stream known as Mokradło, and the watershed has been recently installed, and water is now flowing in the bed, what means that the surrounding area will become profitable for farmers. So we need to take a catchment approach, and I think we will see very tangible results of our meeting in the future, because the Polish forests are managing 1/4 of waters, and farmers and municipalities all the rest. So we don't know how it works. We don't know if we can. We don't know where we can, and we don't know how many watersheds we need. And it can be computed. You can calculate it. And some time ago, we became engaged in another project. We were to combine drought monitoring with forest fires and drought waves. I've never done it before as climatologist, I have to admit honestly, and this is an uncharted territory, but we, together with Mirek of Czechlob, we have decided to take on this task and develop a proactive approach, because not everyone is dealing with the policy, and we are doing it. And this is what we came up with, you can read about it extensively. Yesterday, we were increasing water retention. We were implementing infrastructure. Blue or green Okay, so we were filling dikes yesterday, and in order to succeed, we need to go through the entire system as part of crisis management because we are in a crisis situation and we need to repeat it times and times again. We need to gear for the drought. We need to have plans. I'm very happy that the Polish forests have a plan. Agricultural advisory centers have also drought mitigation. Okay, we need to have a summary like during every conference. Okay, so climate change for agriculture means more frequent droughts, frost, extreme weather conditions, and you can see that we have technologies that can help us produce food. There are also positive sides of climate change, and it's important to proactively manage everything we do and to become resilient to another crisis. Farmers need knowledge, logical law, and they need assistance in swift and efficient completion of administrative issues. If you found out and if you've learned how many inspections and audit authorities visit a farmer producing food, you'd never believe it. Thank you very much.
Było świetnie, bardzo dziękuję. Drodzy Państwo, ilość notatek, które
Well, the number of notes that I've taken, I would like to share all of that, but we don't have time for that. But I have to say one thing, one of many that came to my mind. Cheap food. What to do in order to steer away from the promise of cheap food. A cheap life is a great political promise, but it has nothing to do with reality because there's nothing like a cheap food. There's water, there are natural resources, a lot of processes that we don't take into account, and this returns through shared water, through crisis, etc. So this is yet another thing that we need to address, if I may say so, to make the restoration measures lead to systemic solutions. The political vector and logical vector based on physics of this environment need to find a shared direction. We could talk about it for a long time, but now we are moving to urbanized areas, to the cities and towns, the challenges of river restoration in urbanized areas. Professor Anna Januta-Szostak, urbanist, architect, a rebel who has steered away from the tough rules of urbanism and architecture and introduced rivers as living objects in the cities. I really await this presentation with a lot of impatience. Thank you very much. I'll try to summarize everything because I tried to do it in 20 minutes, but as we've seen with our other speakers, it's very difficult because we are moving to the level of the cities. They don't cover a big surface, but over 60% of people live in cities, 3/4 of the population in Europe actually, and as it was mentioned, also stakeholders, decision makers. And looking at the conference, I was taking notes. I've added this slide actually. I've jotted down some keywords to see what's our perspective on seeing a river. And those on the green background were said here many times that the river is the channel, the river valley, the catchment, hydromorphology, biosinosis, etc., etc. And I guarantee to you that the majority of architects and urbanists, they don't even know these words, not even mentioning the processes. And if we look at the river from the perspective of the city, of the residents, of the city authorities, they see waterfronts, so we need to have a nice view with some river, something for recreation, for relaxation. They see how beautiful the landscape can be because of the prices of the riverside real estate. But this is the element of very complicated processes, not the natural one, but more city planning, urban planning, investments, and the river in the city is a barrier very often, an obstacle, a threat. Therefore, we have here really a big mess. This turntable that you saw shows how many different areas and services are GBG, red, gray, blue, green. These are the layers through which we perceive management, river management, shaping of the river, not only of the river, it requires space, which needs, and we need that space. This is a deficit in the city. And finally, we'll move to the catchment. So the problems and challenges of a small river, I would like to concentrate on a small river, because a big river that has much bigger catchment area going beyond the administrative limits of a city, and catchment that has there are bigger problems related to that. But if we look at a small river, especially in a big city, the river is a lucky one if it has buffer zones, if there is a park at the riverside, if there is some greenery like at the top image on the left side. Unfortunately, the majority of those rivers are somewhere shamefully in some canals behind the buildings. And the last image is actually a sewage collector, not a river. And the question is where it is, because sometimes it's below the buildings in the city. So the majority of the rivers in some cities, even 90%, on average 70% of the small urban streams are flowing underground. They're in the canals, and they disappeared from the awareness of the residents. I'm not talking about biological death, hydrological death, because some of them are not even flowing, but the cultural death happens when we simply forget that there was a river there. So if we look at Poznan, for instance, in the years between the 19th and 20th century, the image on the left side, the length of hydrographic networks in the city center, which was 17 kilometers more or less, now is about 5 kilometers. And as you can see on the right side, this is the contemporary Poznan surface waters, besides the regulated north of Warta River. They do not exist. All others are in canals. So starting with the channel and the river valley, because I've put these two elements together, because in the city very often they mean only that there is a channel, river channel. So these gradual processes of melioration of valleys, narrowing it down, not melioration but drainage. These images show the sequence of measures, activities, and these processes of degradation that we are trying to gradually reverse. These images also show the sections of the river. I've illustrated it by Rava River, the sections that are supposed to have completely different level of degradation, and this is why there is a different scale of challenges and sometimes impossibility to restore, to reinstate at least a similarity, minimum similarity to a natural river. So if we're talking about a regeneration, restoration of a small river in a city, it would look like on the red image, and we would like to have it like on the green image. So we want the river to meander, we want to have some buffer zones, we want to notice the river valley and give some space to the river, at the same time ensure the quality of the landscape, the comfort of using it, and the migration and recreation corridors in the city. In order to make a good diagnosis, we have this map that Ilona has prepared. This is the first step, so we know what we are dealing with in different structures. I'm not going to read the small print here or discuss it because there's no time, but we need to look at the hydrological aspects and the conditions insofar as different sections of the river and the catchment area, but also at the social and economic aspects and investment aspects, which, well, problems and challenges related to it were mentioned here today already. I would like to stress how we need to change the stereotypical thinking, because if we're in a city and people have a decisive voice and there is no space, and additionally we are supposed to communicate to these people that we want to reinstall nature and start these processes. We have this comparison that there is spatial order and the opposite is thickets and bushes, but so they say they will work on it, but there should be a bicycle path, some spaces for recreation, but if there's thickets and bushes, people come and say, why there is such a mess in this space? So the communication and building respect and understanding for those natural processes among residents and decision makers, this is very important. And two important things in the valley: how, first of all, how to create the space for the river, reclaim the space for the river, because we have a number of physical problems. This is a very tight corridor behind some buildings with a big number of bottlenecks, bridges and infrastructure. Very often the river bottom is very low, so taking it up to the surface is creating a canyon, so this is impossible. Sometimes when we discover canalized rivers, some decide to pump water on the surface to stress its trace at least. We have social challenges that I've mentioned related to communication and acceptance of the natural processes, but I think that the biggest are those economic challenges and organizational challenges, because in the city, the land has commercial value, and if we are supposed to restore a part, the buyout, which will be more than 10 million zlotys on a very small section, this is a huge challenge. And additionally, as my experience shows from Poznań, the developers' pressure is huge, and every tiny section of the land next to the river is a potential profit, and especially if we have some provisions in the local documents that say that there will be that it's going to be for building, for people's settlement. That's very complicated. Mr. Roman has mentioned that these are very complicated and long decision-making processes, planning and investment, and finally distribution of benefits and costs, because benefits goes to the owners of the plots, neighboring plots, and the value of the real estate is growing, but the costs go on the shoulders of local government, on Wody Polskie, Polish Waters, from which we expect the participation in the transformation of these watercourses. The second thing is how to reconstruct river processes in such a limited space. We talked about that during this conference, so I'm not going to repeat that. We are dealing here with a very big, very high flow dynamics in city catchments, urban catchments. I'm going to go back to that. We have a lot of pollution. Very often there is no water flowing in because we are getting rid of this water. It goes to the river, and the natural sources in the cities disappear. There is no water supply, and we have a big level of degraded habitats and its inhabitants. Ivona said blue-green critical infrastructure. She presented this kind of slogan, and this slide is a little bit of wishful thinking. We would like blue and green infrastructure to be treated as our shared good, guaranteeing to us safety and quality of life. And maybe then river restoration could become an element, could be treated as an investment for the public, so coordination would be easier and the process of buyouts. Another element, which is also the song of the future, but it was mentioned when we were talking about the Oder River and the legal personality, and about the fact that this living ecosystem, very complicated, much more complicated than our cities probably, that it is a stakeholder, but it doesn't have any representatives in this discourse about rivers. So let's think also about the rights of the rivers and about the assessment or valuation of that. The short thing, the catchment determines whatever happens in the valley and in a channel. So speaking about urban rivers, we are talking about the problems related to urban catchments where the level of how much it is sealed is very high, which shortens the time of reaction of the small watercourses. This is why we have sudden flash floods in the cities on very small rivers or rivulets, which results in it increases the erosion of the bed and of the banks. This is why we have those concrete bottoms in the cities. It's impossible because one precipitation, one rainfall, big rainfall will come, and it's going to destroy all those plants at the banks. So in order to restore the bed, the riverbed, we need to start with the catchment. We need to reverse these processes, and we need to slow down the surface runoff. So let's look at Poznań. The small map in the upper left corner is the structure of greenery in Poznań, which is based on hydrographic system, and this is wonderful. And Poznań has it in its strategy, that green and blue network. But there is a pressure of developers in those bottlenecks of river valleys. This is very difficult to stop, but this is not what I want to talk about. I want to show you a catchment area, which in the cities can have a natural character, but we are dealing also with canal catchments, and this is so sealed that the you see Bogdanka Valley on the left side, where we have very quick growth of the water level and flooding. And this is the Bogdanka River Valley in time and the progress of urbanization. Therefore, in the cities, we will have districts which are creating parts of the catchment very strongly urbanized, where even 90% of precipitation, of rainfall goes into the pipes. And therefore, this is a problem because urbanists do not see the catchment, that in spatial planning and urban management, there are no indicators because the only parameter is the biologically active surface. There is no indicator that would make it possible to create provisions that in given regions we want to have a given retention potential or decrease of the runoff or the retention capacity. And I see the need to combine water management, water economy, both in the cities and in the whole river catchments with urban or spatial planning. What is also a song of the future, but is also a condition of balancing the flow in those water courses in the cities, is hydrological neutrality of urban catchments. So restoring it to the state in which responds to those natural processes or is equal to them, similar to them, because when we compare those different surfaces that are sealed and non-sealed, you see how different is the runoff in both of them. And we have tools, we have methods under different names: low impact development, or water sensitive urban design, or sponge city, in order to stop draining. So from rain to drain, meaning that we shouldn't put it in the pipelines, but we should use cascade solutions like in the forests, but in the cities, from green roofs through rain gardens, through filtration, to stop the outflow, runoff, to stop the runoff and regenerate the soil, because we are not dealing with sealed cities, but even if we have access to the soil, these are soils that have been transformed very thick with a small share of organic matter. And talking about the catchment, we have a lot of challenges. If we look at the RGBG scheme, I've only mentioned planistic and economic aspects, because we need catchment approach in urban planning, which will force through certain economic tools, legal tools on local level and national level. It's gonna force retention, detention and infiltration and purifying at the rainfall spot, not in the green infrastructure, but blue and green infrastructure. We need changes on the national level, so there is at least a definition of blue and green infrastructure in our legal acts, and so both those related to spatial planning and water economy. I'm clicking on almost finishing an integration of local strategies and planistic documents. So summarizing, city river, urban river is also a channel, a valley and a catchment, and we need to undertake measures relating to shaping the thinking about the river, acceptance of of flooding, for instance, because this is also quite common in cities that we want to get rid of the water as fast as possible, that we need to combine various functions and risk management, flood risk management, and draft and integration of various documents and obtain the dynamic balance and improvement of quality of natural environment in the rivers, and use it as corridors for migration and recreation in all of the cities. So going back to the scheme, the source, the path, and recipient, we want to create certain standards for decisions, for activities, and then the recipient here will be a healthy river. Thank you very much.
Aniu, thank you very much. You always provide me with great inspiration, bringing art and aesthetics and practical applications. When I think what Ania does for art and with art, Ania is always with me, and Ania is always discussing rivers, what combines art with planning, with restoration, and her presentations speak in many different ways. So, Ania, thank you very much. We've talked about forests, we talked about agricultural catchments and cities, and we need to combine it because we have so many inspirations that I'm thinking, how can we do it? But we have also presentation of Aleksandra Sierocka-Stasiak of the Institute for Territorial Development, Spatial Planning as Water Prevention, Cooperation Above Borders, and Blue Diplomacy. So you're going to connect the dots, and I'm giving this task to you. So thank you very much for combining all the strands of our discussion, and over to you. It's not an easy task, and we know it. And it's true, to follow up, this is step 4. We have already discussed the entire space. And let me start with this picture. This is the city of Spalona, near the city of Legnica in Upper Silesia. And this is the outcome of current legislation. This is the outcome of water law, of the spatial planning, which is in force. We know that organisms get sick, had to yesterday and today. And very briefly about catchment-related cooperation and blue diplomacies that helps us understand interests of different sectors, and we need to put aside the silos thinking. Okay, so how are cities and spatial planning planned today? Well, there is a lot of accountability related to it because we are planning space in which we live, in which we are growing in different dimensions, and decisions, spatial decisions today do not take into equation the circulation of water. We don't take into consideration of impact on water because we will all agree, definitely in this room, and when I talk to different sectors, they all argue that water is an essential element of operations of a given sector. Let it be just business, industry, forestry, agriculture, and of course urbanization and cities, because there is no life without water. We all agree that water is essential, but no one is investigating what are the effects of spatial planning on water. And another important barrier is the sectoral approach to water. All industries are thinking about their needs, and there are no touch points. We struggle to identify other sectors' needs and reach a compromise to give up on something to the benefit of another industry. Short-term objectives are very often prioritized over interests of another key sectors, for example, interests of developers. Priorities in the catchment area. Very often we focused on a section of the river which is located within the administrative borders of a municipality. And state forests are planning for the section of the river they are managing. So today we've heard that they are going above and beyond, but this is just a coincidence. This is one case, 1 in a million. This is not a common practice in Western Poland. We see it very often that state forests are not collaborating with other units, so I'm pinning high hopes in water management plans in forest areas, in forest districts, because we need to notice other forest districts. And today, all districts are working in isolation when it comes to spatial planning. So going beyond our administrative borders when something is related to water is all important. Another obstacle are persistent trends. So we are rather evacuating water and not storing it. We're afraid of floods. All our activities, everything we do, focuses on getting rid of the water from our area as soon as possible to mitigate the risk, because this is how waters and rivers are perceived today. So what are the after effects or thermal stress in the cities? We have thermal islands, degradation of greenery, change of climate in the cities and outside cities as well, because we discussed agriculture today. So these are very good examples, but what lingers on is the old approach, which focuses on crops. So trees growing in the field are removed, despite the fact that they have very positive impact on crops. Farmers want to harvest crops as fast and as efficiently as possible. Floodings, sprawling cities, so this translates into higher demand for water and unfortunately bigger strains on the sewage system. Tight ceiling build-up area leaves no ground and no greenery to evacuate excessive area. And of course, lower security and higher cost of adaptation. This is everything that is interrelated. Okay, so let's change spatial planning. So this is an ongoing discussion. And what is the target model? The target model should respond to all these challenges. For example, there should be spatial accountability when we are working on zoning or master plans. We do not take into consideration water analysis, hydrological analysis, which are not a limitation to design space in a way that is most favorable to water. What do I get? City planners are writing studies, are writing plans, and when they are working on zoning or master plans, they are relying on data. For example, we get maps of flood risk, and this shows limitations applicable to building houses in a given area. So it's up to hydrologists to prepare data that may be later used for development of spatial plans. So the spatial accountability is to some extent determined by the law and data available to spatial planners, and of course by the awareness of planners. Very often the curriculum, the university curriculum, is not focused on the environment and definitely is not focused on water. Catchment approach, something that is fundamental. We need to go above and beyond administrative borders of government units. Government units are working on zoning and master plans, and they need to cooperate. Today, there are no such measures have been put in place, so local government units need to engage in cooperation, participation and co-management. We've said it yesterday and we've said it today, that informed society, that informed planners are essential to make the most of our water resources. So at the earliest stage possible, participation should be put in place even before planning. It's important to engage decision makers because they make ultimate decisions, and city planners should have a sense they are accountable for creating our public space. And of course, promoting nature-based solutions, water retention, I don't think there is a reason to, a need to dwell into that. These are relatively economic, easy to maintain projects which are supporting our planning activities. Okay, so what do we have? We have competency gaps. These are just two sectors, two bubbles. One bubble related to management of water resources and spatial planning. We all do something. We understand that adaptation is essential, but those activities are not integrated. We don't have any touch points. We don't have discussions. What is missing for us? What do we need? And what can be achieved through cooperation? So examples of Lądek municipality, which was very painfully affected by the flood. Well, eventually we bought fragments, plots of land in the municipality of Lądek. Residents were treated fairly. They were very happy. It was a fair deal. People who wanted to sell land sold it. Some regret they didn't, but the problem lies elsewhere. Right now, the master plan is being developed, so zoning plans are underpinning the master plan. And in the valley of the river in Lądek has been widened, but zoning plans which are based on zoning master plans which are based on zoning plans provide that areas adjoining to the river can be used for construction of houses. So, if we decide, and it was a good idea to buy this land, but no one thought about changing zoning plans immediately, so this process is full of gaps. So this process is interrelated with water management, with spatial planning, with cooperation with local government units from Lower Silesia. So this is the regional level. And despite limited water competencies vested in the region, we need to effectively support the entire process of sustainable management of water resources. We see the role, the potential of landscape water retention. No one is doing it today. No one is investing in it. For example, Wody Polskie is not addressing landscape water retention. For example, when we are calling Polish Waters to its Wrocław branch, we need to make tens and tens of calls before we get through to someone responsible for landscape water retention. This is something the region could commit itself to. The region is also competent for unification of plots of land. This is another powerful tool which supports systemic water management, and you can dedicate certain areas to water retention. Our land surveying office has plans that cover the entire province, and its employees see a huge role played by the landscape water retention, and this obligation is imposed on us by the law, by the way. So agricultural plans and programming, development of rural areas, and landscape water retention is very important. I'm not going to discuss this slide in detail because I have very little time. It's important to have spatial planning based on water balance analysis. So we need to know how much water is needed, what is the current demand, and how much water will be essential in terms of a given zoning or master plan. So the region is playing the vital role in water management, and that's why we have decided to identify and define our mission. So we have identified 5 objectives. It is our mission to have the water priority introduced to all aspects of the regional policy, including spatial planning, environmental protection, and agriculture. Because, like we've said, water is essential for each and every sector. And we have decided that, okay, we are going to focus on landscape water retention. We are going to diagnose the region in terms of prospects for and capabilities of water retention. So we have gone beyond the catchment area, beyond the limits of the province. We have identified several types of retention: forest retention, marshes and wetlands, retention of river valleys, soil retention, agricultural drainage, and urban retention. And we were seeking for areas that have a potential to become, to play such a role, and we try to estimate the retention capacity. Next to registration, I left leaflets which briefly discuss results of our analysis. Do read it, because you will find the links, you will find data on the regional level. And our main goal was to have open data and for the paper to be fully transparent, so you have access to methodology, to all elements and steps. So I do encourage you to read it and to engage in dialogue, because such analysis, and this is Poland's first analysis of this sort, and it's not a yes or no analysis. These data will not provide the point of reference for local zoning plans. But this study indicates that perhaps more in-depth research should be carried out to investigate a marsh, a wetland, valley retention. Very briefly, let me just highlight that we were seeking for sections of the rivers which are fit for restoration. We have identified 72 such sections. Indicators were very simple. The slanting or the curve indicator was adopted as the indicator. So let your people go out in the field to go and see what can be done to improve retention of a given micro-catchment area. And catchment-based cooperation, this is the biggest issue, because it's very difficult to leave our bubbles, to leave our silos. But working on the lower Silesian water policy, the Marshal decided to appoint an advisory group for development of the policy, and such team, cross-disciplinary team, has been appointed. It consists of representatives of all sectors related to water. The first meeting very formal, and the second meeting in the workshop format, where people from different walks of life came together. We opened up new prospects. Of course, we have a long way to go, but being a very diverse group in a single ecosystem, we need to cooperate to sustain municipalities, forest districts, etc. And we need to go above and beyond mental barriers and limitations. We need to encourage the white public. I'm saying the white public. We need to encourage everyone to appreciate the river, not only when you go for a walk, not only to keep it clean, and people are already doing that, but we need to build public accountability for the river, and then there will be more public consent for restoration, for restoration of water-dependent habitats. The dialogue, we are based on the River Oder, which is straddling different countries. And it's an element of the security of the region. And it's not easy, what has been demonstrated by the river of Białowieża. Most of the catchment area is located in Czechia, and later Białowieża flows into Opole province, but has an impact on our region, and most investments should be based in Czechia to protect Polish land in Poland. But this downstream attitude is the key to open our eyes to what is happening in the catchment area. Okay, I don't think I've got anything else to say. Just to sum up the final slide. Urbanization, it's an anti-water process. By definition, we are making the surface tight sealed to water. And this is an element of spatial planning, a sector with very high sensitivity to water. So prevention in this sector and switching to a and adopting a different approach is essential. Priority should be given to landscape water retention and NBSs. The effect of scale is most important. If we focus on minor initiative, because restoration in the sheer scale of the region, it's just a tiny fraction of total activities, but results can be huge. And of course, regions should commit themselves to adaptive water policy. I think regions should get more accountability. There is no time left to focus on a single level. We have local initiatives. This conference addressed it at length at guerrilla initiatives, etc. And the regional level is not engaged at much, and it should not stay like this. And last but not least, there is another project known as the Water Alliance. It's an alliance of European regions who would like to adapt and intervene in diversified and sustainable water management. This alliance has been joined by Wielkopolska province. I don't know if you know it. Lower Silesia will be joining the alliance shortly, so I think regions should also play a prominent role. Just one thing, because we have someone from the Ministry of Climate, together with Ilona. So we were thinking about catchment-based approach, and the ministry is currently working on catchment-based management with retention projects in mind, and we are rooting for, perhaps you are going to say something about it today, because this is a key element, and we as regions, we are rooting for you, because you will be integrating different sectors within the limits of the catchment area, and you won't get any money if you don't take this approach. So money is an incentive. Okay, I'm delighted by this session. It was a feast for the intellect, creativity and imagination. Great presentations, all of them. And Alexandra did manage to combine all strands of our discussion, from small brooks to the mouth of the catchment area. So we have culminated a part of this conference, but right now, to complicate further, we are going to have 4 workshops and summary.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I am delighted, but I'll talk about it at the very end, how delighted I am. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for understanding yesterday and giving me the possibility to get some sleep, because we will reach the shore today. We are a bit late, and we will decide very soon with the moderator how to do it, but very shortly about workshop. In this room, we will have the team by Louis Corso, instead of director Katarzyna Karpę-Świter. There'll be Dorota Ochocińska. Dorota, there's gonna be something special at the end of the day, but after the workshop, and Marcin Mikulski. And in this fantastic group of joint forces from the ministry and the fund, we invite you to participate in a bit of a simplified workshop, because these will be lectures, but a lot of important knowledge, which attention will be recorded. It's going to be also streamed, and everything will be available. And other workshops, getting rid of barriers, priorities, possibilities of implementation. Marta Barszczewska-Skomska invented this. This was already said very strongly, but there will be Łukasz Pieron instead of her, with the support of scientist Piotr Parasiewicz from IRS will have the possibility to talk. Szymon Jusik from the University of Life Sciences in Poznań, Przemysław Nawrocki from WWF. This workshop, second workshop, please look at your IDs behind the reception desk. You have to go upstairs. And the third workshop, how to work with water and people, wonderful combination of Magdalena Bobryk, the official and local activist, with the independent researcher within anthropology, Dr. Małgorzata Owczarska. The second workshop is on the ground floor behind our room. You'll find it somewhere closer to the museum. And the last fourth workshop, the power of dispersed forest retention, activities and measurements of effectiveness, during which you will see how effective are the activities that you have done yesterday with the Regional Directorate of State Forests. This is a workshop which in the end will be led by Piotr Dobosz from CKPS, but he'll manage to do everything because everything that was done was prepared wonderfully, and this workshop will be on the first floor. But please go through this hotel part where we have those wooden chairs, so you can go to the fourth session. And Professor, please tell us what we will start with and when we'll finish workshop. Yeah, because afterwards there'll be breaks, you'll get lunch, but at the very end. 11 o'clock, yes, well, we have to be flexible, we have to be more creative, we cannot be limited by frameworks. We don't have much time, but because workshops is something flexible, 7 minutes for coffee, but with the coffee we continue in the room. Is it possible? No, it's not going to be possible to bring coffee. So let's start 10 past. Workshop has to take as long as we have planned them for, so it's going to finish later, so 25 minutes late. One more thing, my interest, which is in the session, so summary of the workshop. So already now I would like to be persons who will host the workshops. They should think about who will do it, either a participant or the leader, to summarize it very shortly during the workshop summary. Each workshop should talk about what they worked on, what's the result of their work. We start 11:10. Yeah, we will just shoot in the summary, don't worry about it. Lunch will be on time. It works. I've already told you who will speak during the workshops. The three of you are here. Well, tell us something about it. Tell us why this workshop is the most important. We don't have so many people in the room because everybody is online. Everybody will listen to it. Louis, let's start with the ministerial level. Louis Courceau from the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Why are we here? We want to promote the activity 0203 for Phoenix. This is restoration because starting on Friday there will be a new component of this activity, and we want to promote this activity, and this is why we tried to engage ourselves in this conference. And we are the institute implementing the national fund is the one that collects the application and evaluates them, because this is a call for proposal, and later the implementation of these agreements. So we need to give reliable information to everyone, so it's easier for the beneficiaries and for us. Marcin Mikulski, I represent today the Department of Adaptation to Climate Change, and this is a department which in the National Fund and Water Management has carried out call for proposals within various activities in Phoenix, and I would like to share some thoughts from those calls that we've had or that are ongoing. Okay, so I'm going to leave you here. You shall manage your time yourselves. I understand that you have your presentations prepared, but you're also counting on some voices, questions, not only from the room, but we will try to make sure that there are questions from our online participants, so you reach them and so you'll be able to answer them. All right, so 1 hour and 25 minutes you've got at your disposal. Yeah. All right, this is how we counted it to quarter to 1. There will be 3 blocks during this workshop. The first workshop done by Dorota. What are the possibilities, not only of Phoenix, but also LIFE and other programs. So the broader horizon. Afterwards, with Marcin, we are showing what are the problems, usually encountered problems, and how to avoid these problems at the level of submitting. No, this is going to be at the end, and in the meantime, I will present the Phoenix 0T04, the new component for NGOs and for local governments. Yes, okay, so we will start. Please show my presentation.
Tak. Prosimy o prezentację Doroty, jeśli to można.
If we may ask you to display the presentation by Dorota, maybe I'll introduce myself. I have been introduced actually. I speak on behalf of the director of our department. I represent the Department of Environmental Protection and Ecological Education, or Environmental Education. I'm a replacement, but I actually came earlier as a participant, and these topics are of my interest. But our director said that we have to come here, so yeah, it's true. So yesterday she was with us for today, so we exchanged information. She said that it's very good that we are here, and we've said that without us this wouldn't be full knowledge and scope, because funding is important, especially insofar as all environmental topics, with special attention to water. So, therefore, we've got this idea, And I also try to show you that this is not accidental, because what does the fund do? Who are we? We are the largest institution with the greatest experience, the leader in financing, funding natural environment, combining EU funds and national funds together or separately. And of course, on a big scale, we implement the environmental protection objectives, the energy policy and climate policy. You all know these big programs, clean air, my electrical current. So this is the scale of the country. The scale of the country is huge. I don't remember the numbers usually, but I can consider it a small success and propaganda, because this year National Fund has a slogan that this is 37 years and 37 billion to spend. So I have to be honest telling you that there are things to be done. There is a lot to do, but going back to the natural environment, what programs? There are various programs, and they respond to various needs that we are implementing. And in my presentation, I just wanted to show you that whatever I said, that we thought that our presence here is so important, because what programs are we taking care of within the fund? Not all, because I'm going to concentrate on natural environment projects. Marcin will discuss adaptation to climate change mainly, probably, but in general, these are life projects. They're a bit different, as you can see. These are big projects. They create some innovative solutions, good practices. This scale is really huge. Phoenix, so similarly. Dissemination of knowledge, implementation, and solutions for the development of infrastructure, climate transformation or climate transition and environmental protection. And it's on a national scale, similar to Phoenix, but it's more adapted to local specifics and local needs insofar as the last one, FEPW. So what projects do we have right now? Which projects are we implementing? Maybe this is not a very nice role. I'm not going to discuss it all. I'll try to shorten it, summarize it, because some of those projects were presented by the beneficiaries or the partners. An interesting project life, Drava Beast, that was discussed here already as well, with the main leader and partners, which is supposed to answer the environmental problems that we have here, like sealing the catchment, climate change. So all these problems that we've discussed for these 2 days. And probably the subject will be not exhausted, but it's good that it's discussed in so broadly. So the shortages of water, etc., etc. Main project objectives. We talked about that before. We're not going to list it, which ambitious objectives are supposed to be implemented. Beneficiaries and co-beneficiaries yet. So the main beneficiary, University of Szczecin, co-beneficiaries, as you saw on the slide. These are big projects, so general costs over 5 million zlotys from the European Commission, and as you know, the National Fund is the contact point, and for many years already we co-finance from national funds to LIFE, because LIFE funds do not finance projects in 100%. So here we have an example of another project up until 2028, building biodiversity of Nida River Valley, reconstruction of ecological corridors and increasing the ground retention. The main beneficiary is No, it's done. It's carried out by Wody Polskie, Polish Waters, and the Regional Management Board of Water Economy in Krakow. And the activities are supposed to be done at the section of 39 kilometers here. What activities, what measures, we can group them a little bit. And the main measure is to increase retention, recreation of those corridors, but also strengthening those that have been diagnosed, and restoration of the catchment, restoration, I was exercising these words, restoration, remeanderization, etc. And there are many other very difficult words, but they're necessary. The project in numbers, I'm just presenting it as an example so you can see what it's about, the main objective, the main goal, what these measures will result in. So natural Nida River, this could be a main slogan. Another project that we've talked about this morning actually, and a few times. I'm a bit closer to this project because without Eve, I'm dealing with the coordination of this project. And this is why we have closer cooperation, just like today. During the first presentation, the main beneficiary is our state forests. The project is coordinated, and the main beneficiary is the Center of the Coordination of Environmental Projects. This is the project Forests for Wetlands. For instance, last week we have signed an annex to this agreement, and earlier those projects were not included. The forest projects were not included, and now they are included after modifications, and there are project partners, 2 universities from Poznań. The partners were present here, and the Center for Wetland Protection, co-financing from the EU fund, 100 million zlotys, very ambitious goals. The main goal is to restore the functions or to maintain this state of wetlands, peatlands, and other areas under the management of state forests in the area of Natura 2000, which covers about at least 10,000 hectares, which is supposed to be done until the middle of 2029. And this is something that I've already said here. Various active measures within preparatory works that were listed here. There are all those plans like water management plans in the catchment areas in forest districts. So these are the documents, hydrogeological and morphological documents, but in general water management plans. And even if all those activities, all those measures planned in these programs will not be done under the project, then they have the opportunity to be done under the new perspective, new financial perspective. And what's very important are information and educational activities. There is Hydro Academy. This is quite interesting. These are workshops for state forest and for the employees of all the units which are interested in waters or they manage waters.
Teraz nawet
Either they manage it or they are responsible for it. Even today there is some mountain edition near Zakopane. There will be one more in June. There are big events regarding wetlands, big events, open events about bogs or marshlands organized by different state districts. I don't know much about this, but I would like to end here and give the floor to the next person, because going back to signing up to this conference and the coincidence that as a national fund we should be present at this conference talking about it and preparing ourselves, we didn't know about it, that it's going to be one day before a call for proposals within a project that we are responsible for from the activity 204, restoration of it disappeared from the slide, and it's going to be on 29th of May, so it's already now, and the allocation for this call for proposals is 100 million zlotys. Please watch our website. There will be information published about all the details and the entire package. I would like to encourage you right now, when you want to understand something or something will not be clear within the criteria of the call, clarification, interpretation, in the call documents there will be an email address. So I encourage you to write letters, write emails, ask questions via emails, because this is beneficial not only for you. You'll get an official answer which is binding for future queries, interpretations and assessments. We always go back to that. Information is published. The answers are published on the website, so other people can also benefit from that. Other interested parties, other stakeholders or beneficiaries, and afterwards you get this written explanation of some things which are unclear. There might be varied interpretations. Afterwards, as an institution, as a committee for the evaluation of projects, we go back to these questions when we start to assess the projects. It always happens after a long time, so we put order to all this knowledge for ourselves. I'm not going to talk about the details of the call. I'm not entitled to do that, but I'm just giving the floor to Louis, who will tell you about the criteria and about the details about the call. I'm just going to add that right now I have open Q&A session for those who are participating online. You can ask questions already in a chat window which is dedicated to this, and after the presentations we will start Q&A session and we'll be able to give you answers if the questions will appear. Thank you.
Dziękuję za
Okay, so thank you for this info. And can I have my presentation, please? Okay, so without waiting for my presentation, I can start presenting the origins of this activity, or why have we expanded 0104 activity related to restoration of waterways. We have noticed local initiatives related to restoration of rivers, but main obstacles included financing of such initiatives. On the other hand, there was a water restoration program in place, but it was addressed to Polish waters only, and it had some limitations regarding the staff level. In addition, we do know that water economics and water systems are very sensitive to climate change, and 0204 activity, this is all about adaptation to climate change, which is why we have concluded that there is a huge local need, and that there are lots of local initiatives, and that nature-based solutions are very efficient tools for climate change adaptation. So we need to combine these tools to expand prospects for contributing to this activity. And this year, we have launched the program addressed to NGOs and also to local self-government units. It's a competition-based call and non-competition-based call for landscape parks, national parks, and state forests. To expand the scale of implementation of adaptation activities. Dorota has mentioned that from Friday, we are going to have a new call. Financing accounts for approximately 80%. Minimum project value stands at approximately 1 million Polish zlotys, and total budget for the entire call is 100 million Polish zlotys. So what is the scope of eligible activities within the framework of the program? These are activities provided in the catalogue of the National Program for Restoration of Surface Waters. So there are activities and elements related to NRL, to the regulation, to the European Restoration Law, or restoring the character of free-flowing rivers. So restoration of hydrological connectivity between the river channel and the valley, and restitution of ecological continuity of waterways or river and lake systems that prevent fish migration. So there are not only elements related to the channel, but there are also other elements related to the valley, for example, opening up wetlands or floodplains. There are also activities that may be qualified as low investment soft initiatives that may be implemented within the framework of maintenance. So it's about building resilience to climate change by implementation of nature-based solutions. Okay, so now more technical slides that explain the criteria that will be required as part of this project. As always, these are yes or no criteria or fringe conditions that need to be met to proceed further. And there are also criteria related to the league table, related to assessment, classification of different projects that help us assess the content of the project. Some of these criteria, yes or no criteria, binary criteria, are the outcome of negotiations with the European Commission, and the first one, compliance with the water plan or the national restoration plan for surface water. So there are two documents, one planning document, which is the outcome of the water directive and the national water plan. In this document, this document mentions about 1,500 waterways where such activities, such restoration activities should be implemented. And there is the second document, Restoration of Surface Waters, which is more open, which points out to the restoration needs of more than 90% of water, so that means that the entire country is eligible for such activities. And this means that for almost the whole of Poland, such activities may be implemented. The second criterion is compliance with the good practice handbook, which is enclosed to the national plan, and there are two aspects to it. First of all, the scope of our project should be compliant with the catalogue of activities. From the national plan, and this is because we want to avoid implementation of wrong projects, which verge on greenwashing, which are not contributing anything, and which should not be eligible as a restoration initiative. And compliance with good practices specified in the guidance, because guidance include on the planning stage, guidance defines 5 steps, 5 practical aspects that should be taken into consideration. I don't know if you are familiar with. I don't know if you are familiar with the 5 criteria, but this is identification of restoration needs, cooperation with stakeholders, and we have mentioned it in the first session today. It was mentioned on several occasions. Field explorations, so identification of measurable restoration objectives before and after implementation, monitoring of the impact. And there are also criteria which are formal, which are very often applicable, so durability of effects, the right to manage waters and land, readiness of the project, and review of the regional directorate for environmental protection, whether the project has an impact on protected areas such as Natura 2000. Okay, so we have exhausted the list of binary criteria, and what are the league table criteria, because like I've said before, these criteria are applicable to project assessment, and while building this criteria, we can support certain approaches to restoration. For example, we would like to promote restoration projects that engage the local population, that initiate HIMA processes, which are a partnership, what has been mentioned several times. And we also want to promote most sensitive, most exposed and vulnerable areas. So we want to redirect funding for the most vulnerable areas. As the first league table criteria, we have the range of restorations, so the area or length or elements or different elements that will be restored. And as part of this criterion, we also have quality-related elements. For example, if restoration of ecological continuity takes place in a river and lake system, you are going to get a higher score because you have more environmental benefits. And there is also the second criterion I've mentioned before, location in priority areas, and we have the water management plan, because activities do not have to be related to the water management plan, but the national plan. But we prefer the water management plan because it's a document which ensures achievement of objectives of the Framework Water Directive. So by definition, it has a higher priority. Other priority areas are areas prone to drought, drought mitigation plans, and I would like to remind you that 0204 activities, these are adaptation activities to climate change, so drought mitigation, so it's a part of this element. The River Oder, following the disaster, the environmental disaster that took place 4 years ago, the concept is we want to create safe refuge for the fish. So if this disaster strikes again, even if we do everything to avoid it in the future, we want to facilitate restoration of the destroyed ecosystem. And the next area, the next priority area is the Eastern Belt, Transborder Belt, or the East Shield. And other criteria are more traditional, which offer benefits for habitats. Restoration of retention capabilities. So these are mainly activities that constitute adaptation to climate change and initiating natural processes. So with very little human interference. The next criterion is a criterion related to 5 good practices while we are planning restoration. So we grouped. So this is the list we have compiled. So we have a criterion related to long-term monitoring after implementation of activities to evaluate the impact and the results. So the objective is not only to understand what is the reaction of the environment and whether or not we have achieved our goals in the context of adaptation, for example, in terms of retention. But we also want to boost the level of related knowledge. Another element, these are hydromorphological objectives, to what extent they have been identified and are they measurable or not. So, for example, this results to application of hydromorphological river index. How much are we going to improve the river hydromorphology? And 2 other criteria are related to social participation, so it's about education and collaboration or engagement of the local community. And the final and 10th league table criterion, which for us is one of the priority criteria, and on several times today we have stressed the need to tear down silos and to adopt the catchment-based approach. And the different institutions should come together to cooperate to intensify most beneficial processes, upstream and downstream processes. And as a result, as part of this call, we are focusing and giving center stage to partnership. To support implementation of projects and to ensure that this call is successful, we want to appoint a working group. Partnership, an environment, a habitat for development. If you are interested, please contact me and you'll join this working group to support you while making preparations for the call or exchanging good practices. So that's everything I have prepared for you. And once again, this is my contact data. If you would like to join the group. And over to Marcin, who will present problems we are facing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind participants who are joining us remotely or in this room that today we have up and running Q&A section. Click the icon and we have a dedicated chat window to ask questions to our speakers. And please ask your questions in the chat window, and questions will follow at the end of the session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. As it was said at the beginning, I would like to share a few experiences that we have gained from earlier calls for proposals, mainly for local government units and their companies. In majority, they were applying for the funds from those projects, and within these 5 calls, so 2 for 2-4, and from Phoenix also, and 2 other calls, 1 call is still ongoing. In fact, there are certain types of regularities, maybe this is a wrong term, but some tendencies, some trends, usually typical mistakes or some problems with applications, and afterwards they need to correct the documents. Yes, they can be deleted, gotten rid of, but some mistakes, some errors result in the fact that the project will be very difficult to maintain and to assess it in a positive manner and obtain funding. Going into details, maybe this is quite obvious, but we've been seeing that if at the beginning there is a project defined by you, then it's easier and it ends better from the perspective of funding compared to getting information about some call for proposals and inventing for those needs some activities and submitting an application based on that. This is a certain type of a tender, quality tender. You need to fulfill the criteria in order to obtain the funding. This is the first criterion, obligatory criteria, mandatory criteria that Louis mentioned, something which the project can exclude at the very beginning. I mean, the project can be excluded or the project can smoothly go to further stages. So these both good and bad examples are taken from documents from applications that we have encountered actually. And therefore, I was trying to group it regarding purely restoration measures, but we see a certain regularity that Professor mentioned in her earlier presentation, that in a green and blue infrastructure, and we are mainly talking about this, we have a tendency to create projects from the perspective of giving them some order or good kind of look because of some surfaces, some plantings as an additional element and not basic elements. So we identify this need, a strong need to create, for instance, rain drainage or some reservoirs for rainfall, but there is no situation for retention reservoirs in the cities which are open with filtration, gathering the rainfall in the place where it appears. So these are the bad examples, and they are quite drastic, but they are taken from life, from real life. And such projects later, at a later stage of preparation, it's very difficult to defend these. I'm not gonna talk about all criteria one after another, like Louis has done it, but just those that we have identified as the critical ones, which either cannot be corrected because it's impossible, or correcting them it's quite difficult, and such that often have mistakes. We identify these mistakes quite often, but you can eliminate them at this stage of preparing the application. Here, a further part, insofar as first mandatory criterion. My intent was to inspire you for the first diagnosis. Does it fit to the call and to the criterion? If we have an undertaking where we plan to restore some watercourse, so there is a certain type of an idea, because we cannot adapt criteria to it. It doesn't fit completely to those criteria. This is the first sign that something might be wrong insofar as the scope, content scope, and maybe we should modify it slightly or think about it if it's going to actually fit to that call. In the documentation of the call, this is annex number 7, there is a whole list of criteria according to which the project will be assessed. So I encourage you strongly to look at that and to carry out the initial analysis, some kind of pondering if this is something for us. You have to really think about it at the beginning. If it's a time horizon, if it's about a time horizon for the implementation, well, the project is assessed from the perspective of N+2 rule being fulfilled compliance with the N+2 rule. So all expenditure has to be incurred until 31st of December 2029. So this is the final date for the eligibility of expenditure. But insofar as, well, we can implement projects which are advanced content-wise, so their implementation has started, but they cannot be finalized at the moment of submitting the grant application, which is understood as the signage of the final protocol. And in this aspect, payment for the contractor is secondary. The most important is that the project cannot be finished, that there is no final acceptance. Yes, so you didn't receive all the permissions, etc. Insofar as the initial date, the project shouldn't start earlier than the 1st of January 2021. So listening to the speeches and presentations today and yesterday in the context of monitoring, for instance, we are aware of the fact that some measures and activities related to the preparation of the project, because of the scale of those measures and activities and how disciplinary they are, well, they sometimes last longer than since 1st of January 2021, then you need to consult it with us and to check how this could be included in the project, and is it at all possible. And the place where the first test can be done, first assessment of the project, is the regulation for the selection of the projects. This is paragraph 4, points 9 and 10. And the criterion, like the delta of a river, where all the errors come to one river mouth. Unfortunately, the applications are rejected because this criterion is not met. So we test if all the permissions have been received, all the documents submitted, but also the consistency of data within the entire documentation in the application. So for instance, if the list of building permissions, it's written that some task which is being implemented requires such a permission, such a permit, and in the content it says that it doesn't apply, yeah, it does happen. It results from the fact that someone else is doing one part and this kind of statement, someone else is filling out the application for funding, or at the level of preparation. This has to be all collected together, and one person has to go through it and check this, and you know, it has to be consistent. No double funding in the context of the institution of the applicant. The problem is smaller, but because we are actually rewarding partnerships, and there are other entities that can incur eligible costs, you should pay attention to the fact that if a partner or an entity which will be responsible for that brings into the project certain types of, I don't know, reports, if this can be considered to be potentially eligible. So starting with paying for it in some time framework that I've mentioned earlier, through, if such a situation of course takes place, adequate issues related to public procurement and accordance with the scope cannot be qualified, because sometimes it seems that if there are entities that are selected to incur eligible costs, we have certain problems with that. We encourage you to check this before the application is submitted. And so far as obligatory criteria, the consequence of the wrong approach in the first criterion is the impossibility to have eligible costs, eligible expenditure. We cannot kind of assign them from this perspective of their eligibility. And what I've said a moment ago with regards to costs or expenditure incurred by the partners or the entity authorized to do that. Sometimes there are problems related with public procurement. Sometimes it happens so that something which should be published in the competitiveness database, unfortunately, was not published, and problems start here. We need to, unfortunately, identify such expenditure, and unfortunately there is a problem with their eligibility.
Jeszcze wracając do kryteriów obligatoryjnych. Jeżeli chodzi o
And going back to the mandatory criteria, anytime you do not fulfill such a criteria in this pass and fail approach that Louis mentioned, means that it cannot be assessed further, so it's rejected at this stage from the call. And now we move to those criteria which are being assessed individually. So you don't need to get a maximum number of points in each one of them to have the possibility to get the funding. And here, a common practice of applicants are the attempts to convince us to apply solutions within a circular economy. As a rule, restoration projects cannot be connected with this area. They're listed here in the brackets. Of course, your arguments are analyzed and we accept it, but as a rule, it's very rare to be able to assess it as being in accordance with those criteria. Also here, it's worth to pay attention to the fact that if you're planning some plantings within the project, you have to take into consideration very strongly issues related with the regulation regarding invasive species. This is being assessed at the level of funding application, so that among those plantings are species, they are listed all in the documentation, so there wouldn't be invasive species on the list there. Now, a thing which is something which we notice quite often is combining information and promotion with education. In general, information and promotion is done on the level of the project. We are promoting the project, while education is supposed to be a broad group of recipients, audiences. This is why you need to apply adequate methods. So it has to be both in this project budget, but also in general, in the general plan of project implementation as two separate measures or activities with two separate budgets, two separate time horizons. Because please remember, that information and promotion continues throughout the whole project implementation phase. For instance, if the project is being implemented until the end of 2029, promotional activities are also obligatory until the end of this time. And a side comment, this picture is not of a very good quality, but this is a meadow of one of the tributaries of Supia River in Middle Pomerania, and you can see the drainage ditch which leads to this tributary. Every year it's dug by the farmer who uses this meadow, and every year, which you can see on the right and left side, there are big problems with this meadow drying out. So you can see that the top layer of the soil is actually taken by the wind, and I'm asking this farmer, why do you do it every year? And he says, you have to do it. My father was doing that and I am doing it, but because you have to do it on this meadow. And I'm saying, but it's drying out because you are draining the water. No, it's drying because the rain is not falling. So I'm going to leave you with this reflection regarding education. And another criterion that we propose to justify quite strongly, because you can get 2 points for that, is the issue related to cooperation with partners from other countries. If you carry out such activities, then in your funding application you should document it, that you have a memorandum or cooperation agreement or some other form. And we need to have some formal confirmation besides just your statement that such activities are being carried out. And this is it insofar as the criteria that we encounter usually as those that require improvement, corrections, or presenting some arguments. Summarizing, I would like to pay attention and give you the possibility to act. When there is a call for proposal published, there is full documentation. It is published, there are the regulations together with the annexes, and one of the annexes or appendices are the checklists. And this is all about, these checklists include all the criteria that Louis mentioned and I've added to it. If in the course of the preparation of your applications you would spend some time on comparing what you've prepared with those checklists, well, I have an impression that the comments that usually appear not on time during vacation season, or there is no consultant who was preparing it, there would be less of those. We also hear from other beneficiaries, other applicants, that the best effects are brought about by such activities when the person who didn't participate in the preparation of the application, of the documentation, is actually the one checking it against the checklist. So I wish you a lot of success, and we're counting on your documentation, of excellent quality and co-financing agreements signed afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now 2 minutes of silence. We would like to ask everyone to write their questions in the and a chat window, and everyone who's sitting in the conference room, please take time to think, and we look forward to your questions. Do we have any questions from the floor? If so, please join us.
Jak Państwo nie chcą się
Okay, you don't want to reveal and show yourself, so I'm going to give you the microphone. Thank you very much. Piotr Sienicki, I have a question about the monitoring, which is not covered by Phoenix. If you can have a partnership with an NGO or local government unit, would a NGO indicate its statutory funding or future grants or other sources of financing? Okay, so can we have the microphone? Okay, in this call, I don't know why you say that monitoring is not eligible, because it is in this call. Hydrological and natural monitoring is eligible if it's going to be implemented after the implementation of the project. Okay, so yes, I was asking about the post-implementation monitoring. Is it eligible? You get score for the monitoring, and you need to indicate other sources in such case. Okay, thank you. And of course, implementation framework timeline. Jacek Zalewski, retencja.pl. I would like to express my joy and awe because finally you have an open competition for NGOs, for restoration. It's a huge step forward. It's a change in mind shift. I think it's going to be widely appreciated, but it's a pity, or perhaps I've missed it, but we are submitting multiple calls for 04 and 0204 and 0102 applications. I had no idea a program like this would be implemented. It's very important for local government units. They need information beforehand about the upcoming competitions. They need to be certain that they will be announced. Recently, activities of local government units were intensified, where the Ministry for Climate announced that there will be another climate change adaptation project addressed to the cities, and now local government units have a certainty that this project will be implemented. If they are not certain, they don't want to decide to spend money on documentation, which may be co-financed, but previously you need to spend your own money to have this documentation completed. So this is one big ask. In the next financial framework, if there is money allocated to restoration, can you communicate when in advance that there will be open competition, so we have time for preparation? 100 million is not a lot. Perhaps we'll be able to spend it. Perhaps there are NGOs ready for that. Local government units are certainly not that ready. So usually what is required by the state and the Polish waters, you need to have water permits to initiate different activities. You need to have a certificate confirming alignment with goals of the framework water directive. So in real life, it is quite unlikely that we would be able to submit an application. So my question is, if you have such requirement for restoration projects, do you need to have this certificate when you submit your application? And to get funding, the functional and utility plan would have to be would have to account for 40% of the value, or can we apply for 100 million with just a project concept, or perhaps it's not possible? I would like to find it out. Thank you for the question. Okay, so to answer your first question, thank you for your comment. We have implemented the coal fairly quickly, and that's probably why there was no communication in advance, because the process didn't last long. And if we see during the coal that funding will not be used in 100%, we are going to let you know that the call will be extended or another call will be announced, because as you know, it lasts until September. It's not a long time, so while the call lasts, we can communicate the extension or another call. And your second question. Which is more challenging, I have to admit. What we require compared to the current version of 0204, we are more flexible because not all activities require a water permit. So it's not applicable, one might say. But you should have a decision. And in case of projects and constructions, you should have tender documentation. Okay, so that means that you need to be ready for the tender, that you need to have functional and utility program or a construction plan, if it's a Red Phoenix. So it's very high level of readiness, and that suggests a certain relaxation. Perhaps there are sectors which are well prepared, but we can see that local government units that went through several editions of this competition, it's still a challenge to be ready for the application, to have all documents in hand. So the permit was submitted at a later stage, what was definitely an advantage, but as you have rightly said, we are now implementing softer projects. But the land, the right to land, that might pose a challenge, and not to mention the right to manage a section of the river which needs to be agreed with Polish water. So I think it's going to be very challenging. I know that some things can be done later, and if that was true, that would be great. We have just 2 years to disburse this money, so, you know, it looks like a very tight schedule. But what is an obstacle are formalities rather than practicalities, because you can always make it, you can always implement all the planned activities, provided that formalities won't get you stuck in the process. In 18 months' time, we would definitely have all the required papers, but if we have to submit them now, we might not be able to disperse the money, and I think it's very important for the competition to be successful. Yes, I agree. We are very happy that our restoration themed conference is an opportunity to have a dialogue with local government units. Thank you very much for that question. And one more question about spatial planning. Perhaps we can combine it together. So if the beneficiary is a local government unit, but does it mean province authorities? I have a sense that it's a yes. Okay, so it's a yes. And the second question, this format of a softer project, not very specific implementations, but for example, zoning plans or master plans that would be a run-up to the water permit, not adopted by the municipality, but a ready-to-use template for municipalities who could, following that specific project, adopt such documents. Let me give you background. Today, those documents which need to be consistent and which need to be based on water plans, on water permits, which specify the profile of activities, and I'm thinking about spatial planning documents, which in the context of project you've mentioned, and they fit into the profile of the conference, but my question is it possible at all, or perhaps it's a topic for a whole different project? I'm thinking about Phoenix. Perhaps life would be more suitable, because Phoenix is not about investments and implementations, and we have implementations in mind. So the product would be a document, yes, a ready-to-use document. So it's a no. Okay. Okay, so we need to have hard investments, yes. And what about purchase of land? Is it a hard investment? Because 50% of restoration projects fail because of the ownership title. So if we manage to amend zoning plans, and if we manage to rearrange the ownership structure, this is not a hard investment in the sense of Phoenix project. No, it isn't. Another question from the floor. Okay, so one more question. Could an NGO be a project leader, or does it have to be a local government unit? No, an NGO could be a project leader. Okay, so let me reiterate, it is possible for the NGO to be the project leader. And one more question from a remote participant. Restoration of catchment areas covered by the project in anthropogenically transformed areas such as the city centers. I think so, but... Okay, that needs to be checked. To answer this question, I think for blue and green infrastructure, this project would be more fit to city centers rather than restoration, but I think this requires we should have more information plus justification to provide a binding answer. Okay, if it was downstream, but a city center, I don't think so. Now, a question about league table criteria. Are they equal? Because we've said that binary criteria are mandatory. And what about score? Are there criteria which are more important than others, and which ones are the priority? Each point corresponds to very specific score, and the maximum score you can get for each point is 5. That's for the project range, for example, and that's for the dependency. And how many areas are covered, because the project may be located in the in the estuary of the River Oder or an area exposed to drought. So this is the sum of score. But from 5 to 2 points, that's what you get. So that depends on the range. And we need to look at the entire application because the score adds up and it's the total number that determines a minimum would not be sufficient. It's like a tender, it's a competition, so it's not sufficient to achieve the minimum because you don't know who else is submitting an application, so it's the total score. And preferably, Marcin said that you don't need to have maximum score in all categories. If you want to make sure that you will get funding, you know, do your best to get maximum score and you don't have to worry about competition. Because the success depends on your rivals, on other applicants, and what location you are going to secure in the league table. Okay, so we've heard about rivals. Let me mention rivals. We've mentioned preferential format of partnership, and let me provide more information about it. What would you recommend? Who would be the preferred partner? I don't think we have such preferences. We have a catalogue of partners. So local government units, Polish waters, NGOs, state forests, national parks, Regional Directorate of State of Environmental Protection, and is it a partnership? This is what we assess, and we also assess the number of beneficiaries, so diversity, yes. If we have NGOs plus local government units, we have 2 partners, 2 entities, so that's more than 2 municipalities. Is there a limit for partners? No, there are no limits, out of limits. Thank you very much. Okay, any more questions from the floor? I do have a question regarding restoration of the River Oder. Because can we submit an application without partnership with PGW? No. Yes, you can. Okay, so a local government unit or a related or a subsidiary or an NGOs or a partnership may submit the application, and you can have different setups with parks and forests and local government units, anything you like. Okay, so if you are making an investment in restoration, can the project be used to buy land? No. We've said it before. No, I'm saying we are restoring a section of the river, and then could we get funding for the purchase of land? Yes, up to 50% of the value. Of the value of the plot of land, yes. Okay, so rules and regulations for coals provide that you can buy real estate and movable assets such as cars or vehicles, provided they contribute to achievement of project goals, which are essential for achievement of the goal, so up to 15% of eligible project costs. This is paragraph 4, section 3. Okay, so thank you very much. We have no other questions from the chat. Do we have any more questions from the floor? No questions. My last and final question. As part of eligible project costs, we can make 80% of settlements. So could these be project personal costs or staff costs settled as an NGO? So the cost of volunteers, I would have to check it, but probably not. It would be an indirect cost, not an indirect cost. You are asking about 20% worth of own contribution. Could that classify as volunteering? Yes, but there is a limit for indirect costs. That's 15%. And if it's possible, we would have to check it. I don't know. Probably not, but this is not a 100% sure answer. Okay, I'll try to clarify. One more question. A question about eligible costs. Eligible costs. If we have the cost of promotion, for example, what could be included as the cost of promotion, all promotion activities, or perhaps there is an indicated scope that is eligible and other costs are not? Well, you'd probably need very specific examples, but all activities proposed by the beneficiary, there is no close-ended catalogue or there are no uneligible activities. We always evaluate activities proposed by the beneficiary based on adequacy, proportion, the rule of proportionality. And to answer your question, we have never identified promotion and information activities that would be not legible. We've never had such case, Marcin. And, the other way, for example, we have a handbook of promotion and information activities, a catalogue of activities that must be implemented by all beneficiaries. Especially that it's important in this financial framework and it's monitored very thoroughly in projects for which contracts have been signed. They have been checked for compliance. The Ministry of Climate is checking it and beneficiaries report it every 6 months. Of course, beneficiaries need to log in, provide login data, posts on Facebook. Everything is described in the handbook and verification is very detailed. And this is something we should focus on in this financial framework, because failure to meet this promotion and information criteria or irregular activities lead to financial corrections according to the handbook. Adjustments can be made up to 3%. So this is a high-stake game. In previous frameworks, there were no penalties or adjustments, which were introduced now. I don't think we have made any adjustments for the failure to meet promotional and information criteria, but promoters know that it's checked by all ministries and everyone is clicking on links and checking everything, because even if there is an irregular login or irregular data, we get information that something needs to be rectified or corrected. And we should also keep in mind that in the template of the financing agreement enclosed to the application, there is an annex regarding recommended promotion and information activities. There are mandatory activities for a given project value and optional ones, and information mentioned by Dorota, or what we should focus on while preparing and implementing such activities on social media. Everything depends on the value of the project because it varies. Okay, so thank you very much.
Czy jest maksymalna wysokość projektu?
Is there a maximum amount for the project? No, there is no maximum amount. Everybody's nodding. No, I try to follow. Do we have any other questions from the audience, please? I can't see any hands up. Everybody's very shy, or maybe so tired after this very intense agenda, or maybe everything is clear. Well, we are really happy that these types of programs do appear, and this is, as it was already said here, a big step, but it's a bit terrifying, yeah, for everyone. The requirements are very high, and we need to make sure they are met. We hope that we will have your understanding, and we hope that the stakes will go down a little bit for us as participants. Yeah, this is why we have various tools for supporting. As Dorota said, there will be an address, email address to send questions. We also want to create the working group to support the beneficiaries, the applicants, so the call will be a success. One question, just to make sure. If there's gonna be PFU prepared under the application, is PFU costs eligible before the application is submitted? If it fits to the period of eligibility, because the period of eligibility is the beginning of 2021, so we can assume, and in practice it's done in such a way that the eligibility of the project is being prolonged till the PFU is done. I mean the current kind of activity, so within the next quarter, this is going to be the eligible cost. Yes? What is the time for consideration of an application? How long do you have to consider it? As far as the regulations, if I remember well, that the entire period for application assessment is 120 days, the total number of days, but we try to do it. Maybe in this call it's going to be successful. I have to admit quite honestly that there were many calls at the same time. It's not always possible. It depends on the number of applications and their quality, because there's supposed to be double improvement, and the beneficiaries need to know that it's prolonged. So 120 days, well, we'll see if it's possible. And the stakes that we talk about, this could be the point of the program that will block us in submitting applications. But if there will be less applications, then depending how they will be read, it's going to depend how long you will consider these. So 120 days, it's on your side that you need to meet the deadline. Yeah, this is the obligation insofar as assessment. If the deadline is approaching and we know that we can't meet it, we need to get permission from the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and the ministry will not give us a green light for that any longer. So we need to take that into consideration. I'm gonna go back to the stakes. Should there be a question in the chat window, or maybe it's enough that this voice is heard and this is an implementation that we don't need to write down? I'm sorry. Just correction to one answer when we said that the purchase of real estate is eligible. No, it's not eligible. It's eligible for no components. So for national parks, for RDUS and others, but not for this component. It's not eligible for this component. Thank you. So we've got the answer to our question. Yes. But it should be understood in the following way, that this is an element which is a bit prone to corruption, so we need to balance that. Is there anyone who would like to add something in this topic, about this topic? Yes, no, okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to ask questions in the Q&A chat, Q&A section. There are over 70 people watching us online. So I believe that you also have questions. This is the moment to do it, and I really strongly encourage you to do that. I'm looking at the screen with hope. Well, I think that we have to finish our session anyway. I encourage you, this is one of a few opportunities to ask a question. I don't see the questions in the chat window, so I think that we will finish today's meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you to our guests. It was very nice for us to have you here as speakers. Thank you very much. I jumped here because those 4 workshops were happening in parallel. Everybody has worked on their workshop topic. Thank you very much, and we'll meet in 15 minutes. We will start at 1 o'clock. We are half an hour late, but we'll try to minimize it during the last parts of our meetings. So we have a break now till 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy serdecznie.
Thank you. please use the back door because very important thing will be happening here. Even I'll help you a little bit because the matter is as follows. We are finishing the workshop with the summary. And from this moment, we introduce another information educational instrument. This is called graphic recording. Those speaking in Polish, this is, notatka graficzna. Magdalena Arażny, Magda rysuje. Can you say hello? Good morning. Magda will be standing with her back to you because she'll be performing very important things. Magda will stay with us for 1 hour and a half, and afterwards we'll discuss what came out of it. But she has the task to catch what is the most important in this session, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, because we need to hurry, we will start the summary of our workshop. We had 4 workshops, and I asked at the beginning each team to choose a person who will inform us what happened during the workshops. So we had the first workshop, where to secure the funding for river restoration. Louis, are you going to be the one speaking? Excellent. I think that you should try to do it in 7 minutes if it's possible. Unfortunately, we have half an hour for 4 workshops. Yes, I was hoping only for 2 or 3 minutes, so 7 is great. Within this workshop, we have shown the possibilities or opportunities related with the new component 204 that was earlier only for Polish waters, and now we have broadened it, and it's now also the funds are available for NGOs, for instance. We are starting this call on Friday already, and the budget is till the end of September. The minimum project amount is 1 million, and the co-financing is at the level of 80%. So we've presented the program. We have also presented other possibilities of funding, like LIFE fund, and we have shown the mistakes, the errors that are often made when you submit an application, and we were explaining how to avoid such mistakes, as well as assessment criteria of the projects. So within discussion, the voices were as follows: that first of all, it's good that we have such a program that finally it's not only open to Polish waters, but it's redirected to NGOs and Testa and other actors.
Trudności, tak, między innymi związane z
and local government units, and there are possibilities also others, but within this program it's not possible to buy real estate.
dokumentów, na przykład, czyli gotowość jakby.
So how to take into consideration the readiness of the project. And I'll end with that. Well, if we go that fast, we'll finish ahead of time. The second workshop, removing barriers, priorities of restoration projects. Thank you very much.
Z usuwania barier.
Insofar as removing barriers workshops, I'm looking at the room, and there was Professor Parasiewicz, Kamila Belka, Szymon Jusik from the University of Life Sciences in Poland, Przemysław Nawrocki from WWF Poland, and we had also support from other participants. Our workshop was very interesting, and we were wondering if we shouldn't move to the main room because so many people participated in it. In the first part, the participants were able to see the list of barriers prepared by Szymon Jusik and Przemysław Nawrocki. This database of barriers allows individuals, well, anyone who want to learn where are those barriers on the rivers, there's 36,000 of them, what are the distances we can achieve with freely flowing rivers through getting rid of barriers, and then we move to the criterion of free-flowing rivers. Professor Parasiewicz presented a method that his team worked on, a method that is taking three parameters taking into consideration insofar as free-flowing rivers. This is the continuity, the vertical, longitudinal, and lateral, and for each of these continuities there were parameters proposed so a freely flowing river can achieve it, and all these parameters were presented to all participants, so the vertical, horizontal, and lateral. After this introduction, Kamila Belka presented a portal that was prepared. Out of this portal, everyone who wants to do it, because it's accessible, can learn about a water course they're interested in and check how many barriers there are on this water course, what is the lateral infrastructure. They can check how many kilometers of free-flowing river we will obtain when we get rid of a barrier. Based on that, the participants of the workshops were divided into three groups. Each group had the opportunity to work on the Parsente River catchment area. So this is a river covered by the project Life for Rivers. One of the groups was analyzing the upper course of the Parsenta River, one of the tributaries, and another of the tributaries, and based on that we were able to see what is the situation on those water courses. Each group specified the number of barriers, what is the length of free-flowing rivers that we will achieve when we'll get rid of those barriers. We need to verify the results because they were very similar, because on each water course there were 4 barriers and all groups said that they would achieve 16 kilometers. One of the groups said that it would be 17 kilometers. So maybe this sample might not be completely right, but the objective of the workshop was to get the participants acquainted with the functionalities or features that are possible to be used thanks to this portal, which continues to be developed. We are also aware of the fact that these analyses were simplified. The users were saying that we should provide continuity starting with the mouth of the river or take into the consideration the cost. So with priorities, it's valuable not only to specify the facilities, objects, but to point to the costs comparable to the objectives that might be achieved. So in short, this is what our workshop on removing barriers was about. Thank you very much. We can summarize it in the following way, that the second workshop was about river, if the river will be flowing, and the third workshop, will there be resistance? Will there be resistance? How to work with water and people. We will not hide behind those limiting structures. We try to take care of the relationship between people and water, and we thought about it during the whole workshop. We made a hydrosocial map of water bodies. A water body is a humanistic way to talk about wetlands, rivers, etc. So we have divided the groups after the introduction and after analyzing authentic quotes from the text that manifested resistance towards the last consultation of a strategy for wetland protection, where there was a huge farmers' resistance. We were trying to see what did it express, what social mechanisms were behind it, and it ate most of our time, and we didn't finish everything as we wanted to finish, but we've managed to make the first step, the diagnostic step in hydrosocial restoration processes. We've diagnosed, or we checked what's in a river, not only physically, like you did during this conference, but historically as well, and relationally. So what people do next to the river, what their needs, how do they work. We've managed to identify our allies that we can find there, and also the neutral people and which groups which might be resistant. And we were just quickly pondering how we can help that. And the question to the group, because I don't, what did you take out of this workshop? Because I don't want to say it. Is there anyone who would like to say something? What's your conclusion insofar as cooperation? I'll just add that we worked in 4 groups. We had 2 rivers, one in a city, a mountain river. We had a wetland. It was a difficult example, and we had 2 wetland areas. And as Małgorzata said, first it was a water body, then there was a story of this place, so the entire past that participants knew regarding that place. Then we added a layer, a human layer. So what people do at the riverside, starting with, I don't know, so fishing, or maybe we spend time there, or maybe we just cross the river using the bridge. So out of this group, we were trying to say who could cooperate with us during a restoration project, or has a potential to do it, or if they will not want to cooperate with us because we already know it, we try to say how to convince such a person, such people. And it's very often we talk about the language of benefits during this workshop. And my comment, let's present the benefits in a language and the needs as well, which is understandable and clear also for these people. Anyone from the group would like to add something within co-creation and participation? No participants. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, ladies. We're going really fast. And 4th workshop. I don't know who's gonna present the 4th workshop.
No, w telegrafii.
Okay, so in a nutshell, in order to create a marsh, you need to get your hands dirty. So we have discussed retention projects coordinated by the Coordination Center of Polish Forest, and we also focused on underground retention. So these are projects that call for minimum knowledge of soil classification, and we've decided to get our hands dirty to find out what's in the soil. Professor Grugoruk said something important. It's not an investment, or to put it differently, and this is not money thrown out in the mud, because we often say that investments in nature is money spent. And this is in fact a realistic profit, because the professor argues that for each retained cubic meter of water, you get a profit totaling 50 euro cents. So if we are talking about several thousand euros, you know, this is big money. So we went through the thickets of legal regulations, which often breed problems, and later all groups calculated underground retention for the catchment, for the weir and the field dike. The professor has also presented an online tool. Marina, if I remember correctly, it was a part of the project, which this tool computes automatically how to spread retention by weirs. So he has computed the number of weirs, the range, and would anyone like to add anything about our workshops? I'm asking participants. Okay, so let me recap with my favorite phrase, life is a bog. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so we are going like storm. We have saved 10 minutes. I think it's a good result. So let's switch to the summary session. And I would like to invite three important participants, three important voices who would try to bring to reality everything that has been said during 3 days of the conference, to take effective decisions, to undertake effective measures in the name of restoration. So I would like to invite Deputy President from Polish Waters, head of the Department for Flood Mitigation, Marcin Jerzyński. I would like to invite you to experience proximity, the proximity between all three voices that have to come together to become efficient. The second voice is the voice of the Institute. Maciej Chomiczewski, Deputy Director of the Institute for Meteorological Research. And the third voice is the voice of the wide public, represented by an observer, independent researcher affiliated with Warsaw University, Małgorzata Owczarska, an anthropologist specializing in water. So it's blue anthropology. And I will have the pleasure to ask you to talk to me, to take stock of our discussions. And I think we need equipment. I'll try to give you microphones. So we've decided to cut short the summary sessions to serve lunch on time. So we have 45 minutes for the discussion altogether. And because it's a summary session, I would like to ask you in that sequence, as we are sitting here from left to right, what are your insights and observations after this conference? Your insights and observations from workshops, discussions, informal discussions over a cup of coffee. So from the perspective of your community you represent, or the institution you represent, what would you like to highlight? Okay, so if I have to start, I would say that unfortunately I've joined you on day one because Director Mateusz Balcerowicz attended day one and I joined you on day two. But in a conversation with one of the participants, I've asked someone, how is this conference going? And he said, Marcin, you know, I finally comprehended what restoration is, and I think this is the most apt summary of the conference. And I think such meetings, such conferences are very much needed to promote the concept and to have it implemented. We were talking just a minute ago with Ilona Biedroń about follow-up activities and implementation, but I think this is the best summary of provided by one of the participants. I'm not going to reveal his name. Marcin. I've jotted down several points I would like to mention. My first conclusion is this conference is very much needed. There is a need for a discussion that has a sense of agency, that formulates conclusions, and I've jotted down regulations and the need for interference in this area. The need to streamline processes, to clarify terms in procedures, the need for restoration, and the second area is science. Science and practice in one, and building social awareness, education of the wide public. The third item is being open to mistakes we make. This is my key takeaway from this conference. We need to open up to substantial discussions instead of making personal or institutional attacks. And spatial planning is the third key area. This is what has been highlighted by related institutions on the local government level, on the level of Polish waters and local government. Probably many people who don't deal with biology or hydrology day to day may find such conferences interesting. And second thing, which I found very relevant in the very first presentation of Professor Gregoruk, we heard an appeal to social sciences to come on board, because restoration projects usually are struggling not with technicalities, but with the social aspect. Let it be cross-institutional cooperation or communication with the wide public or cooperation with local communities. At least for me, it got me thinking about how it could be done better, because I have a sense that's what's missing, this social aspect, despite the fact that it was mentioned on multiple occasions. We could offer much more as social scientists, anthropologists, and few people focus on it. And the third item, the third takeaway, together with climate change and things that are unfolding worldwide, this is the end of an era, of an order when we are able to stay in our bubbles. So cross-departmental efforts and collaboration between different areas of science is essential. We need to start working in cross-disciplinary teams, because otherwise we'll get stuck. And such readiness of social sciences should appear. Thank you very much. Okay, so in such case, we have a summary from three different perspectives. It's a head start for the discussion because in this part of our discussion, I would like to ask you, let me give you the context first. Our task throughout the 3 days was to draw the roadmap we are going to discuss in a minute. This roadmap must begin with the first step, and we should know now approximately where we are headed and what we are going to do in the short perspective in the next 12 months. What needs to happen to have a sense that our conference, which we have invested so much energy in, gave us energy to make such first step? So what comes first? We can undertake different actions to plan our activities for the next 4 or 5 years, and later we can go further. Of course, we are not going to all the way in step 1. And one more thing. In presentation of Professor Kozyra, we had an invitation addressed to Polish waters. Professor Kozyra said, pioneers of Polish waters, let's take the first step, let's embark on the first restoration so results will be visible today. So that's my question. What can be done today, despite the legal framework, despite organizational, institutional conditions, to focus and embark on restoration of rivers tomorrow? Thank you for that question. Let me comment on what Maciek has said just a minute ago. You wrote down different items, and we asked representatives of 2 institutions, Polish Waters and the Institute, reporting to the same Ministry for Infrastructure. We need to shift, we need to translate all the insights, comments, and sound advice. We need to translate it and bring it up to the ministry adequate for water economy, and I think that's the key. Because we were talking extensively about amendment of the water law of regulations, we can see how long a process it is. It is a daunting exercise, I say very often, before you have the law amended, but we need to take baby steps. And I think all the comments and conclusions, all the takeaways from this conference, from yesterday, from panels attended by 11 directors of Polish waters, also those in charge of flood mitigation departments. And I think it's a task for me as the deputy president and a task for Maciej. We are going to propose to the Minister adequate for water management to initiate a much broader discussion, to have you discussed, to have you invited to this discussion, to effectively implement all the solutions. It's a very specific task that has been announced. Thank you very much. And what about the Institute? What about your first steps? Okay, to add something to what Marcin has said, we definitely need a brief summary. For example, in the format of the map, recapping key takeaways. This map will be later presented with facts and figures, so these will be pragmatic takeaways from the conference, because we were talking at length about the approach, because legislation is a lengthy process, and everyone who is implementing solution needs a change in regulations, and it needs to start. And things that we can do here and now, it would be great. And I'm going to make a segue and give the microphone to my friend. Yesterday, we've heard about a fad for restoration. And we've heard about a new approach to water economy, and the trendier it becomes, the easier it will be to amend regulations, because there will be will to embrace legislative changes. I'm talking about political will. If there is understanding that this is important, more important than we think today, that such activities will be appreciated more than other activities which are implemented today, the easier it will be to get it done. I think this may be one of the takeaways from this conference. This is something we can do today. Gosia. The world of fashion. Okay, so fad, it's just a tiny element. When we think about the restoration, or let me put it differently, I would like to focus and develop and embrace a different paradigm about water than the technical one. It's very difficult it's very important to understand that water is not only a resource that can be managed, that it's an aquatic creature, and that we are a part of this aquatic universe, of the ecosystem, that it's not aquatic life is not separate from ours, because I think this is what's standing in the way. We need to initiate a relationship with our environment, because otherwise we'll be draining it. So that's my step one. Is this conference encouraging me to think deeper about creating a fad for something that is important, or perhaps to educate people who lack knowledge? It's all important, but I have a sense that we are challenging something more profound, deeply entrenched, changes in our relations with nature, and that's extremely difficult. And I have a sense that examination or preparation of hydrotechnical projects with social component is rising in prominence in terms of the entire project design and diagnosing what's happening to the watercourse, which is restoring itself in natural conditions. That's important. It can't be just an engineering project which does not embrace the sense of agency of people, which does not embrace their relations with water, their bonds with water, because otherwise it's not going to work. And you can have a project, but this project is going to be a flop, because people who are living with water will be doing something what they find more important.
So I'll be thinking about various ways of inviting people to these projects, to participate in the projects, to think about what water there will be for them, on various forms of participation, because maybe we will have more water and we'll be able to live in those communities. So this would be also thanks to them and not against them. And sometimes it might appear that it is so. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I agree fully, but I feel a bit unsettled, because I work in eco-hydrology and applied ecology department at the university, and myself and my colleagues were the witnesses of the beginning of that. From it started with a dialogue between environmentalists and hydrologists, 1996, and now it's 30 years later, and it seems to me that to a big degree this is already a standard, although catchment approach management didn't come about, because the Polish waters manage the plot under the river, and the catchment is managed by everyone else, municipalities, farmers, etc. There are many stakeholders. They fulfill a lot of their needs. Some are convergent, some are not with catchment management. water cycle, and sometimes they even don't know that they manage the water cycle. So there is a huge space here. So I think that from the concept point of view, we are there after these 30 years, organizationally, institutionally, not yet. And I'm wondering if you could tell us what's the stage of social sciences in all that, because I have a feeling that we started to talk about it a long time ago, saying that social sciences are an important part of the process, but are you able to assess the social sciences and those that deal with technicalities insofar as such cooperation? Because if we are talking about the first step, are we at the stage of making the first step? Are there readiness, or do we need a longer perspective? I think it's a longer perspective insofar as social sciences, anthropology of water is a topic of for 3 people in Poland. Sociology of water, maybe 2 people. However, art is doing really well, and you have fantastic allies there. There is a big number of artists and art critics who deal with water. For instance, now, last week, there was one festival, there will be another exhibition in Warsaw in a moment, and these are not the only things that are going to happen this year. There's also a book, activist book that was published. So there are more and more allies in culture, let's call it like that. Some of them, well, actually, they've done the guerrilla part. They are extremely tired of the fact that nothing is happening, that they are trying to intercept some topics and promote them very strongly, but there is no flow between the knowledge, technical knowledge that you were presenting here so wonderfully and what they are doing, because they will get inspired more by the humanistic approach, environmental humanistic, which is doing very well in Poland. In Poland, it's a trend which is developing strongly, starting with culture experts, literature experts, cultural anthropology, ethnography, etc. And there are very, very strong trends. While from the water perspective, we have a lot to do, which doesn't mean that people that are dealing with those topics and can be useful are the only one. There are also some agencies like the ones that create the report Earthlings Attack, and they talk about methodology related to the market. They have this methodology, market research and PR, and they shifted to climate, so they could probably also support water matters. I'm happy about it because I understand that there are some elements that you can tap into already. So the question to our institutions, exactly how much you can right now have the possibility to use what we have in social sciences, in art, but this is only a part of my question, because the second part is, what do you need? What do you need in order to start to act effectively and to support you? Because I hear the declarations here and the readiness to work together, and we have the understanding. I feel that we have the understanding at this conference that we need to go into one direction and integrate our activities and go towards river restoration, and we want to do it effectively. You've said what is your first step, but what support do you need and from whom for this to happen? I'm gonna discuss art that was mentioned here. To be honest, as Polish Waters, there is this project that we are doing, and this might be a surprise, together with Opole Philharmonics. In Opolskie province, we've done a project under the title the Oder River a river of meanings, because we've done there was a lot of talk about this river because of the disaster and other things. This was related with the debate, discussions, but in general through art. And now we'll have on the 12th of June, and I would like to invite you to that wholeheartedly. There will be yet another act or another edition of this event. There will be the World Day of Environmental Protection or Nature Conservation. There will be an open day, and there will be a conference. There will be a concert of film music on a vessel that is on the Oder River. So we are trying to go towards this direction. And so far as what we need, I have the pleasure that in the structure of Polish waters, I've been working from the lowest level, and I see today when I talk to many of you in the hallways that the knowledge that was presented here, these huge amounts of this knowledge, it has to go down to the lowest level. And there's no discussion about it. These employees, or even the technical support employees who do various tasks, they need to know what restoration is and how to implement these measures in line with nature. There are things regarding planning, like counteracting drought, mitigating risks. This is one thing, but also our maintenance works and investment activities. And I see the need as a deputy CEO of this institution that there is a gap in the knowledge about restoration that for sure we need to fill, and this is a great area for cooperation. And looking more broadly to make it simpler, all the legislative changes, we need it very much. Together with Maciek, we participated in one team that was working on the change of water law. These are long-term processes. They cannot be happening one-sidedly, that only one group is speaking. We need to have experts from various domains, and we need to have experts on restoration who will have a constant presence in shaping the water law and documents related to that. Thank you very much for this statement, because this is yet another which brings about huge hope, because we've heard first we need to communicate to the minister that there is this readiness to act, and the second thing that I hear that yes, this education all levels in Polish waters, and this is a huge organization as we know, and they work in the field mostly, and this knowledge is necessary. This is very important. And what you've said, the use of possibilities, opportunities which are given by maintenance works, method. This is very smart or wise what we talk about, because we have a guide for river maintenance and restoration. And as Deputy CEO, I've given the order to all my directors that all should read it. But this is very smart what you've said to me during the break, that this giving orders is one thing. I know that some of these people, I don't know if all, I hope all, they've read it, but to read and implement is one thing, but to force them, to do it in such a way to encourage them so they do it themselves. Yeah, encourage is a nice word, thank you for that. But this should be combined with, I hope that it's going to be happening, that there will be training, and we need to go to the lower level. Then this encouragement will appear, and we will entice people to look at the river differently. Yes, I'm really convinced with this direction, because maintenance works are happening, and this is the first step that we can do without changing the law, to do it in a more nature-friendly manner. Maciek, what do you need? You. as the Institute of Meteorology and Water Management. Maybe not as an institute directly, but we are trying to strongly cooperate and do whatever we can, because as an institute we concentrate on a database, on a foundation that we can work on, but we need to be able to implement it further. And I'm going to go back to the pragmatism. I wouldn't like to stop at discussions. What's lacking is implementation, and in order to do it, we need to have efficient procedures and possibilities, and as we've said, it's going to take time. We need to work on that. It's going to take longer time. Some things can be done faster, but to do things faster, we need institutional cooperation, and also between the society and institutions. So this is the role for social sciences and science in general and academia in general, to simplify it, to translate it, translate all those notions that we use, like hydrological. So being a devil's advocate, I think that we need to change some things in Polish waters, and the entire administration. We are aware of the fact that there is a lot to be done. There are a lot of blockages, problems, legislative and administrative problems on the way, but we can do a lot actually. And now, and a lot is being done, yes, but the fact that a lot is done is often hidden by what we are not doing or doing wrongly. So it's great. It would be great to talk about it, about what we are doing wrong, in such a formula that wouldn't be a huge social attack, but a shared discussion. In IMGW, we have a great group of excellent experts, and we would have a better effectiveness of those experts if they wouldn't feel threatened by what they can or what they cannot say. This was my request within this discussion, as a measure and a need from our side. So we need the credit, you need some trust, yeah? You need some credit here. Yes, I think so, because I believe that one critical voice covers 100 positive voices in our activities, and we need some agreement, permission, because this event also shows it, because there were various groups that are meeting that didn't really get along for years. We have to say it, but we need to stop fighting, because everyone is looking to different directions. We need to look into one direction because we have a shared objective, and it is, I think, for me the most important to try to achieve it. I wanted to stress, and it's not about not criticizing, because yes, mistakes are happening sometimes because of lack of understanding. Sometimes people from the outside don't understand it. Administrative employees are burdened by a huge range of provisions and limitations, legal, administrative, also political, and not always they can do everything in a way that was decided earlier. These are the limitations. If I want to do something as a citizen, then I would like all of this to disappear, and it's not always possible. But what would be recommendable is that this practice or initiative to make change wouldn't mean that you officials or the administration you don't know and will teach you, because they know very often how it should be. It's more like we want to try to help you look at it from a different perspective of with the new knowledge that we have. But these nuances in this message are very important. If you tell someone that you teach something to them because they are more stupid, you won't be able to teach them anything. Yes, I agree completely. We cannot educate people who don't want to be educated or talk to them from the position of superiority. It's not very pleasant, and there will be failure. I agree, but what I would need, I was thinking maybe inclusion, simply inclusion, because we operate as separate entities, as institutions or academia. So if social sciences were to answer or become a mediator or diagnostician between hydrotechnical knowledge and what is happening in the social tissue, we would have to be taught co-thinking, because this is in this interdisciplinary project, and we haven't been working like that so far, and the co-creation of the project also. Yes, because I think that we don't have open paths or doors, so hearing the call about it, we need social sciences. I've heard it well, and I'm thinking, but yes, with whom, where am I supposed to go? What do you need? How am I supposed to do it? I'm going to do it, but where?
Ja dziękuję bardzo. Ja właściwie
Okay, so thank you very much. I've satisfied my curiosity. I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask to sum up this conference from 3 perspectives. I'm looking for Magda Bobryk. Are you here? You are. I'm very happy to see you, because it's time to proceed to another stage. But first of all, I will thank my guests, Marcin Jarzyński, Małgorzata Owczarska, and Maciej Humiczewski. And we are going strong like a storm, like a flash flood. At the end of this conference, making up for delays, and we are proceeding to the last stint of this meeting, like I've said before, the roadmap, which is our key objective in specific time frames. And Magda Bobryk, who was the artistic force behind creation of the map, if you could tell us where we are with the roadmap. To tell you where we are, can I have it on the slide? I hope you are going to find the file. It was a very new format of communicating your experiences and knowledge, of sharing it, of sharing your insights. It was an experiment of sorts. Can I have the map displayed on the screen? Was it in a presentation format? Just one slide with a photograph. So before we see the roadmap on the screen, let me tell you something that may serve as an introduction for the roadmap, my insight. When I was here wearing my hat of the coordinator of the knowledge transfer process while this conference lasted, when I was working on this event, I was thinking how to identify this new event on the map. Restoration is very close to my heart. I live on the 513th kilometer of the river Oder, where river Bobr flows into it. I've met Ilona 4 years ago when the disaster struck the river, and she told me what a healthy river should look like, and I saw the curves. And the curves, the river curves, became a new graphic symbol of the river. So thinking about this event, I suggested something that symbolizes the curves, because the curves say that not only knowledge and water is transferred between us, because we are all made of water. what is relevant to all of us. I wanted to present in the symbol the process that will be bringing us together throughout 3 days. When I was listening to all of you, to all academics, I'm not an academic myself, I was wondering whether the symbol conveys this expertise, real-life knowledge we experienced out in the field yesterday, that we actually transferred the transfer of knowledge, and would people like Madam Owczarska conclude that the transfer of new knowledge inspired them or even triggered them, prompted them to do something new? We still have no slide on the screen. Someone is struggling with it. And now some information about the restoration roadmap. When we were meeting before the conference to discuss what we want to present, what was missing at the time was a tool that would lead us visually across the restoration process. And because I'm a public official, I know that sometimes it's much easier to make a decision when processes have been visualized, structured, when they are implemented at the pace, when you see your end objective in mind. And this is how we've built our roadmap. At the very end, we want to reach the culminating point. Ilona, am I right? Restoration should never be completed because it's not a project with the deadline in mind. It's a process. It's a continuous process. So your competencies and knowledge will tell us how to do things, how to initiate different activities, how to get them implemented, how to monitor what is happening. And I can see that I'm not going to discuss it. Pointing out to my slide with the roadmap, I can just invite you to see the map in the whole. If you find something missing, if you'd like to add something to the roadmap, then we as a team working on this tool would very welcome such decision. And I would like to end, because I've been inspired by Professor Parasiewicz, who said about trees that, how did she say it? That the deeper you go into the forest, the less trees you see. That all those trees obstruct the forest. I think that's what you've said. You're not going to see driving across a bridge. So that's the takeaway from the conference, because the river is much more than you see from the bridge as you drive across it. And I do apologize for technical hiccups. Okay, so Magda, thank you very much. A very good summary. Technical hiccups are the part and parcel of daily life. I hope they will never happen while restoration of rivers last. Just to add to what Magda said, okay, we hear squeaking. Okay, and second Magda. Magda, we are looking at you. Okay, Magda has some space left. But while this conference lasted, we are experimenting heavily, and as you can see, some experiments are more successful than others. So take a photograph of the roadmap, and we're going to show it in a minute. You know, things don't work because we have never practiced it before. We have ad hoc ideas. We need to have an efficient team to have everything up and running. Sometimes people have to guess what could be needed, so we have to forgive some inconveniences because, like Magda said, we are in a process. And this process of recapping, of taking stock of takeaways from this conference, takeaways we have put together with you, perhaps we are going to encourage you to work on the roadmap after the conference ends. If you'd like to do that, we are going to invite you before we finalize work on the tool. And the second format of the roadmap that I've invented, I don't know whose idea it was originally, because this conference, I've heard multiple times, Ilona, that did this and that. I'm just collecting ideas, to be honest. Many of them are mine, but I listen to people, I listen to needs, and that is translated into very specific concepts. And just like Robert Felusz on day one, he was talking about a healthy river because he was educated by our experts, and Magda Rysuje is supporting the river process. She's been doing it for years, and Magda drew a summary, a visual summary of the first pact on wetlands. She drew a neat summary of statements made for the Healthy River podcast. Magda became our in-house artist. I didn't want to insult you. An artist who is functional for us, because sometimes one picture is worth more than 1,000 words. You know how it goes. So, what do we want now, Ivona? We now want to see what's Magda preparing, and we've said it in our summary of the conference. When I look at Magda's drawings, I see a process. I see multiple lines that bring together different elements. For example, the social component, the engineering project, the fed for restoration, the social aspects. We need to put together different strands, different streams in our catchment approach to get things happening. And I can read 36,000 barriers, but I don't see them as barriers, just a thicket of challenges also after the conference. So please give us a vote of confidence. We have heard today that we have confidence in each other, and we see this process in terms of very advanced change, what has been demonstrated by Polish forests and Polish waters, which are embarking on the restoration, and the fact that the Institute has organized this conference that brought together so many people. I think it's a quantum leap. And new streams that feed into our river need to be identified. So art and social sciences are already here, and we've said that we need legal change, that we need spatial planning, we need business, which needs to make a practical implementation later, and we need very tight cooperation with local governments. And I think that's important to proceed to implementation stage. And the most illustrative term you've mentioned, Ivona, is getting out of our bubble, because we are all locked in bubbles. Let's not be afraid of organizing such We can get together, not only in Białowieża, and I've whispered to Madam Director while this session lasted that I can hear things, what's happening in Białowieża. Białowieża is heavily symbolic. I think it encompasses faith. It's like RE-NATURA, the name of the conference. I think Jurek Kozyra said, Re is the sun god. So in all symbolic names we are being surrounded by, we have lots of support, non-engineering support, support which, like Magda drew those intertwined curves. We need many things which are invisible. I'm an engineer, and I'm a very technical person, and for a long time I needed space to get out of the box imposed by tables, to organize a conference where not every detail has been specified. It calls for openness. We need to create space to let the conference flow, because I don't think you can design restoration. You can design a vision, but the nature will do whatever it pleases, and I think the same thing applies to this conference. So I suggest, Magda, finish your drawing, and in the meantime I will sum up this conference, because I'm not going to keep you here in uncertainty, hungry. We've promised to speed things up, and let me just take my aids. And I would start by saying, before I proceed to the final summary,
Maybe, well, Madam Director liked our activity yesterday. Well, we have awards, prizes for various things, and I don't have the space here much. I don't have to say, maybe you do something. No, we are already acting, we are operating. It's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, when creating this conference, we placed a challenge for the experts and scientists, because our project is the platform of the transfer of scientific knowledge, serving taking decision within adaptation to climate change and mitigating water crisis. So what task was there for the scientists, for the scholars? To speak in a simple, understandable manner with images, so their presentations wouldn't be overloaded with information that they are the only ones able to read, because very often I was sitting in the room as the audience, and I was wondering, oh my God, what a smart person, but I don't understand anything out of what he's saying, because I see that he has knowledge, and for sure this is wisdom, but wisdom not understandable to me. So this is my first conference, the first conference I'm organizing, and I was imagining that my first conference, well, I wanted this conference to be understandable, and thank you that at least one anonymous person understood what is restoration. I hope that there are more of such people, and there are not many of us left, but the first question: do you understand what we are talking about and what is restoration? Put your hands up. Is there anyone who doesn't understand what's restoration? And I need to continue with private talks. All right. I'm very happy. I hope that this is a very deep space and we will deepen this knowledge, not necessarily deepen rivers. But awards, rewards, prizes. I was watching your presentations. Our experts were trained by experts. They've obtained guidelines for a good presentation, and I've noticed a few. Joanna Depta.
Ale to pan dyrektor Humiczewski.
I don't know if Joanna is here, but Director Humiczewski will collect the prize, please. Well, it sounds like prizes, awards, but there were supposed to be some small souvenirs for interesting elements. This is a prize, a tiny prize really, a souvenir from Madam Director, but this is a prize in this undertaking.
Depta. Dziękuję, Joanno. Pan profesor Zbigniew Popek.
Professor Zbigniew Popek.
Pana prezentacja zachwyciła przede wszystkim.
Your presentation, I mean Magdalena Bobryk really loved your presentation and she said, yes, this is what I wanted, this is what I meant. After 40 years of work as a lecturer, as a teacher, as a professor, university professor, this is for the first time that I've received such an award. Yes, because Professor, this is an award for the fact that you are prepared, because the pen drive in your pocket really did its work. Madam Aleksandra Sieradzka-Stasiak, you've completely made this session. I should give the award to someone, but I had to choose something, someone, so the award goes to you. What else do I have here? Okay, so these were the presentations, and now the posters. And ladies and gentlemen, we had an extremely difficult situation because it was impossible to choose the best poster, because for the presentation of posters, for the preparation of the posters, we placed participants from different levels, and it wouldn't be right if we would assess it in one category. So we found we chose the category of students posters, because the 5 first posters at the door were prepared by the students from Łódź University. I was personally inviting the students to during lectures. Professor Wagner, Hubert, you've done an excellent job. And as the author of the poster, come, join us. And first of all, it's great that you didn't present only your poster, and you were not just boasting about it, but you were representing the group, the team, and I'm thanking you for that very much. And now, yesterday I've mentioned, and today I'm mentioning, that Dorota Dorocińska will get a special award. This is the first participant who signed up for the conference. So applause for her. Yeah, we also give rewards to the fund. I propose that the fund would be the first to give the money. Yeah, this is the element, this is like an incentive, encouragement for you. Okay, yesterday when I asked the question about who got lost, there was a voice, the ones who are not here. Yeah, we are searching for the gentleman who said it aloud. Please join us. This is an award for a smart person. It fits perfectly. Congratulations, Professor. And we have three things to our left. Steps. Did anyone do more steps than myself? So over 20 kilometers. Did you do over 20 kilometers? Because I'll be willing to give it away. Someone did 24,000 steps, something. Katarzyna, are you with us? Please join us. And excellent. Professor, this is beautiful. Łódź rules. It flows. No, for sure, it was you. Keep walking with bravery. And another award. Could I award you for the most inquisitive and challenging discussion participant, throwing pebbles into the river and impatient, I believe, Piotr, that the river's client is a human being in our environment. So I'll try to convince you that our clients are people, not only fish. Please. I'm sorry, one last voice, because we all believe that, well, Ilona wanted to get rid of her souvenir. We have something special for you because these were fantastic 3 days, and I think that you all agree with that. So Ilona, on your hands also, a big thank you. I was wondering, what is it there? Hidden. You wanted to hide something from my eyes, but nothing can be hidden. Okay, it's almost 2:20. Usually you have a long path ahead of you. Those who had to leave left. But concluding this event, the event with the god of sun named Re and nature on the other side as the other element, restoring rivers. This is a means to mitigating water crisis, to increase water safety, which requires good decisions from many levels, from many stakeholders, many actors. Also from the society that will understand how important is water, and that water is what does water come from? This conference, RE-NATURA, is a broader look at the restoring of the river in the river valley. It's looking at a number of decisions and activities in the entire landscape. And I would like to thank you for all these presentations at the beginning and the presentation at the end that stress that the catchment area, I actually don't like the word catchment because it makes me think of a sink in Polish, but I like the word landscape, and I think that many people will prefer landscape. I'm not sure I like the word restoration. In Polish it's renaturization, and maybe we don't need to say that we renaturize something or restore something and it will be restoration. Maybe we don't need to say directly that we need to educate someone, but we simply add this knowledge into various elements, because maybe the means to social education, besides such expert meetings like here, should be knowledge included in, I don't know, TV series and to what our society watches on an everyday basis, because there is the greatest potential to gain the attention of the audience. I would like to thank the champions of restoration and eco-hydrology that were with us from the beginning. At the beginning, there were practical words from Józef, very strong words, and I believe this is a very important voice. We also heard the strong voice of Przemek Nawrocki, who was stressing the power of people of goodwill. And we've heard the excellent opinion of Professor Zalewski, who said that by restoring we can do much more than what is expected. But in order to do all of that, we cannot work only through the power of aficionados and people of goodwill. They are not enough. We need systemic solutions. And I'm very happy that I'm not happy that I didn't participate in any workshop, but I'm happy that I had the opportunity to talk to the CEO here, because this half an hour of a meeting with a person, with Marcin, with the president, with the CEO, the second person face to face, and a quick exchange of our perspectives and of what should be said during such a summary really shortens the distance. And I believe that those meetings, we are not institutions, we are people who actually shape the institutions, and I believe that a lot depends on us, and it's up to us to know where the systemic change will go. The role of Polish waters is extremely important. It's of key essence, and thank you very much for these words. We treat, it doesn't have to be a declaration. It's the willingness, it's the openness, it's a lot. A very important thing is what was heard in the idea of the restoration roadmap. This is a very good diagnosis, and this diagnosis of the state monitoring a number of various studies and information in order to know where we are, what do we have a problem with. What's very important is to have the social side in the diagnosis. Yesterday, Professor Okruszko, who also participated in the implementation of horizontal programs that have the task to increase the scale of restoration of wetlands in Europe. This is the upscaling. I work in the Waterlands project, and we have exactly the same conclusions when we implement parallel projects. We have so much knowledge, so much experience, so many tools, so many people experience in the implementation of restoration activities, but the key barrier are people who are not accepting something. This is why, Piotr, I talked about this perspective of a human, not fish, because a fish cannot counteract, and a person, a human, can. And I think that our greatest barriers are issues related to the lack of understanding why rivers should be healthy. And if we take this knowledge out and we will continue with this thought in our works, and the CEO, the president of Polish Waters, will work on the change of law, and they will want more people to be trained under Polish Waters, not only in Polish Waters, but all institutions which are actors in this process. I think that in general we'll be able to overcome these barriers. I really like this statement that this conference, and I think that this is a great success of this conference, is finishing the disputes among many institutions. I'm also trying to do that myself. I think it was done yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an initiator of this project, the manager of this project, but I wouldn't be able to do it not only without the people of goodwill, but also without people who are with me on an everyday basis, without my director who has placed this challenge in front of me, without everyone who participated in the workshops and the discussions and the informal talks that give us the power to go away from here and have the power to continue working. We wouldn't have done this conference with the entire technical support. Let's assume that the next time for sure will be fantastic and will not fail us. And I think that what is very important is the symbolic place, the star, Narewka River, the place, Białowieża. I believe that this conference will be talked about, not right after the conference, but it's going to meander, it's going to flow like water. I would like to thank you very much for that. As an information, when I was thinking about this conference, I was thinking it would be a cyclical conference that would happen every 2 years. And why? I'm going to explain to you. Thank you very much. Why every 2 years? Because next year we'll have the third pact for wetlands, and I didn't want to compete with this great event that has started and gathered those who are passionate about wetlands. If you don't know it yet, well, a river is also a wetland. This is a flowing water, so not only rivers, but wetlands, including rivers. Magdalena Suchora, who is responsible for the next year's conference, the third pact for wetlands, would like to invite you personally to this event so we can continue our discussions, but also to be able to draw further inspiration so that our conference, RE-NATURA, in 2 years would consume what will happen in Lublin next year. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy that I can participate in this relay because this is what we'll be doing, talking about the most important things relating to water in our landscape. You've done an amazing thing. You have all done an amazing thing here. We've learned to speak to one another in a clear, understandable language. We've learned a dynamic formula which results in the fact that 3 days here, especially the first day, which was done by Robert Feluś, is so far away now because so much has happened since. We had so many wonderful discussions. What can I say? The organizers of the Pact for the Wetlands in Lublin take the best that they've learned here, and we'll try to add something from ourselves. We'll speak throughout also, as we've heard. There is a huge interest in wetlands. Art is doing well. Art knows what to do. The Ministry of Culture will be present. So on behalf of the organizers, UMCS in London and the Center for the Protection of Wetlands, we would like to invite you from the 1st to the 3rd of February 2027. This is the period when we slow down. It's winter. Many of us work in the field. It was difficult. To find a moment to stop. Maybe in February it's going to be easier. In February usually we get the main slogan for the World Wetlands Day, and during the meeting we answer this slogan. In 2027 the slogan is Wetlands for Sustainable Cities, and we talked about cities and towns, so I'm really hoping that those who came here, who are listening online, will also answer to this invitation so that this feeling of